online. If you're a business owner, type the name of your business right now. I'm giving you 30 seconds to do that because we started a little bit late and we want to just continue going. So if you are a business owner right now, type the name of your business. You have 30 seconds to do that. All right, I'm seeing some, yes. I'm seeing Decor and Company. I'm seeing BCCC Aqua Crystals, Macacia, Manthas Closet Recharge Lifestyle. I'm seeing that. So while we're talking throughout the day, what I want you to do is to drop your handle in the chat. And for all those who are online now, I'm going to ask you to do one thing. If you haven't yet started following these persons, whether it's on Instagram or TikTok, wherever they are, when they drop the handle in the chat, just do us a favor. Go ahead, like, follow, and share it. Let's support each other. And this is the very first step that we want to understand in supporting each other. So even as you're dropping the name of your company, I want you to drop your link as well so persons can go ahead and follow you. So good morning again, everyone. Welcome. I do hope and trust that you had a restful night. I hope and pray that even as we are going to go through this session, that I can tell you, based on the lineup, based on the presentations, based on what is going to happen, it is going to be a life-changing session. And if it's that you are a business owner, if you are thinking of owning a business, if you know somebody that owns a business, you're in the right place. If the person you know is not here yet, it's not too late to send them the link. So go ahead, send them the link. Let them know that a life-changing opportunity is on right now and they need to be here. So thank you again for joining us. Thank you for waking up. Thank you for just being here. And even as we're going to go throughout this morning, let me just give you an idea as to what we are going to do. So we are going to start off the only way we know how to start off, by inviting God's presence in. So we will have a very short devotional exercise, followed by greetings from our very own, or should I say our very owns, because we'll be having greetings from Pastor Jump and our president, Pastor Walker. Then we're going to have our presentations by Althea Blake and Patroy Gordon. We will have areas for question and answers. So if you have any questions, you can start writing them down. Whatever it is that your concern is, when you're listening to the presentation, if those are not answered, then you will have an opportunity based on our presenter to ask those questions, after which we'll do the vote of thanks to the presenters, and then we'll pray and we'll leave recharged and ready to become a better version of ourselves and business owners, having placed our business into the hands of the Lord to allow him to do as he will, and our desire, which is for a successful, growing business that is centered at showcasing who he is and the talents that he has blessed us with. So for this morning, we are going to be having a short devotional charge by Miss Sajay. She is a member of the King's Chapel SDA Church. She's also a business owner, and she's going to tie it all in. A daughter of Christ, business owner, and she's going to give us a short devotional charge. But before she comes to us this morning, we're going to be having prayer from Janere Mickey, followed by a song, and then Sajay will do our devotional charge, and then I'll come back afterwards. So we're going to be following us now with a prayer from Janae, a song, and then Sajay will give us our devotional charge, and then I will return. So I'll see you then.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you all are elated to be here for this opportunity that is granted to us all by the East Jamaica Conference Youth Ministries Department. Let us now bow our heads for a word of prayer. Most divine and loving Father, as we gather here this morning, dear Lord, in this forum, we ask for your presence to be with us, dear Lord. Let everything that is said and done here today be done in your name's honor and glory. Father God, we ask that you touch the minds of those who are listening, dear Lord, and grant them ideas, dear Father, wisdom, understanding, and knowledge today, dear Lord. And we ask that you bless the presenters today, dear Father, that they will bring across a word from you. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Are we taking the song first or am I next?
That Christ can save anybody if you only trust in Him. He can save you from your sins, cleanse your heart within. Say, if you can walk upon the water, and raise a man's little daughter. If you can mend a broken heart, you can give me a brand new start. There's nothing you can do. So if you can walk upon the waters and raise a man's little daughter, if you can mend a broken heart, you can give me a brand new start. There's nothing you can do. So take me deeper, Lord, in you. Take me deeper, Lord, in you. Take me deeper, 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 Lord, in you. So take me deeper, Lord, in you. Take me deeper, Lord, in you. Take me deeper, 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 Lord, in you. So sing, I'm a living testimony that Christ can save anybody if you only trust in Him. He can save you from your sins, cleanse your heart within. Say, if you can walk upon the waters and raise a man's little daughter. If you can mend our broken hearts, you can give me a brand new start. There's nothing you can do. So take me deeper, Lord, in you. Take me deeper, Lord, in you. Take me deeper, 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 Lord, in you, Lord. So take me deeper, Lord, in you. Take me deeper, Lord, deeper, deeper, Lord. Take me deeper, 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 Lord, in you. So sing, I'm a living testimony that Christ can save anybody if you only trust in Him. He can save you from your sins, cleanse your heart within. If you only trust in Him, He can save you from your sins, cleanse your heart within.
Okay, good morning, good morning. Let me know if you're hearing me clearly, please.
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear. Hi, everyone. Like was mentioned, I'm Sajay Brown, owner-operator of Macacias and co-owner at one of our leading test prep firms in Jamaica. This morning, of course, we have to start off everything by bringing glory to our God, who is the author and finisher of everything in our existence. I want you to, how many of us are there? 40 something. Okay, let me see a raise of hands if as a person and well, as a business person, if you oftentimes find it difficult to spend time helping others because your business is so demanding. Can I see a raise of hands? Wait, I'm not seeing what I'm looking for. Oh, not seeing any hands? Okay, we're all very balanced people. That is great. That's good. Raise a finger then. Raise a finger or a hand. If, especially as a business person, you sometimes neglect time with God and specifically Bible study because you're rushing to get started with your business for the day. And I'm looking for those hands. I'm looking for those hands. There's two humans in the chat, 2 human beings. 2 out of 52. We have very balanced people here. Praise God. Raise a hand if, especially as a business person, you oftentimes find yourself working overtime because you're seriously committed to perfection. All right, let me see if nobody's going to raise their hand for this one. All right. We'll have to teach the others of us how to use the raise hand feature because I know that as a business person and as people overall, these are challenges that we often face, right? Anyway, I see these hands, but I'm here to remind you that by focusing on God's unconditional love, a person can abstain from demanding perfection of himself or herself. Jesus finished his life here on earth without healing every person who was sick or without preaching to everyone who was lost. Let that soak in for a few seconds. Matthew 6 verses 33 reminds us to focus on the things that are important in the kingdom of heaven. Always do what God shows us is right, then he will give us the things that we need each day. We are encouraged not to worry about what might happen tomorrow because tomorrow has its own problems, and again, God will also take care of those. Let us examine the question of where a career-focused individual should place his or her focus. As children of God, how do we condition our minds to think? Some of us can admit that a challenge for anyone, especially business people, is to make sure that we first establish ourselves as men and women who fear God, and then that work is to be ordered according to the priorities and plan that the Lord has given. In 1 Thessalonians 2 verses 4-6, Paul admonishes men and women to seek in all pursuits to please God. That is what we're called to do, to seek to please God. Focus on pleasing God, and he will enable you not only to please others and meet their needs, but also to bring honor to him through your pursuits. So in other words, God is the source of wisdom and strength to do all things that are in a Christ-honoring way. The Lord will go with you and in you through your entrepreneurial journey, and he is totally capable of helping you with any problems. The God that we serve can make an enormous difference in our focus, in our attitude, and in our motivation. So allow me to steer your attention to a career-honoring and very influential businesswoman in the Bible named Lydia. An account of her story can be found in Acts chapter 16. One moment. An account of Lydia's story can be found in Acts 16. So here's Lydia, a wealthy and influential businesswoman who sold articles, clothing and perhaps linen and so on. These things were dyed in purple, which was at the time a prized color made of mollusk. You know mollusk? something that looks like, what's it called? I don't remember right now, but you can Google it. So she made these dyes from mollusk and she dyed her apparel and she sold those. And this was a very respectful and lucrative trade back in her day. Lydia was fortunate enough, ladies and gentlemen, to have a spacious home that she could accommodate many guests, and she even had servants to cater to these guests. This had to be a rare achievement in her time because, of course, you know, this was back in the day and she was a woman. So she must have worked very hard. She must have been a bold person. And of course, she's clearly an intelligent one at that. So one day while Lydia was by the river, because the Romans had a decree that the Jews go to the river to have their worship. They never had somewhere else to use. One day while she was by the river, she came in contact with Paul and Silas, and they were evangelizing. And I guess she was convinced by what she heard, and she accepted their message. Lydia was also influential enough to round up her family members, and they all became believers and they got baptized. Now, Lydia invited Paul and Silas into her home, and even when they got thrown in prison later down, she was the one who visited them and she attended to their needs. Now, hear me out on this part now. Lydia understood the assignment. Lydia understood that everything that she had, that she owned before her conversion, were hers. But after her conversion, she understood that these things belonged to God. Lydia had a new partner, the Lord Jesus. She had a new purpose, which was to serve him. She had a new satisfaction in seeking to be effective and successful in order to glorify her God. Her career aspirations did not hinder her from sharing the gospel. And I'm hoping that for a lot of us, even though we may become so busy and we forget to be hospitable, we become so busy and we neglect to go into study and to do our Bible study and to spend more time with God. I'm just hoping that if that is the case now, because we're humans and things happen, that come later on today and tomorrow, that will not be the case, because like Lydia, we will understand that it is important to spend time with God, and it is important to dedicate our resources to him. She was not too busy to be hospitable. Lydia's home, listen to this now, Lydia's home, and I'm wrapping up, became the meeting place for true worshipers. They no longer had to worship by the riverside. Why? Because Lydia opened her home to the church, and it was through her home that the gospel presented to the through her home that the gospel was presented to the continent of Europe. This was not no little feat. This was a big thing. God used this dedicated businesswoman and her resources for his purposes in a great way, right? And he can do the same with you if only you avail yourselves, if we avail ourselves, right? Lydia's name appears twice in scripture. Although she was seemingly the first Gentile convert in Europe, she was seemingly the first Christian businesswoman, and she was the first believer to open her home to these European Christians, right? Lydia proved the importance and influence of a woman of determination and a business person with foresight and generosity. Others of us, you and I, we may work hard to stand out in our various industries, and our names may only be mentioned once or twice or not at all. But I implore you today as I close, I implore you to perceptualize and actualize your business plans and effort. As you do these things, as you conceptualize and you actualize them, commit your plans to the Lord. He sees our hearts, and he will reward us even when the businesses that we're investing in will not reward us. May you all continue to or begin to be successful and accomplished in your particular areas. May you be lenders and not borrowers. May you be heads and not tails. And may the peace of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ be with you now and forevermore, as you seek him and put him first in all things, and as you live peaceably with your neighbors and your potential clientele, and as you keep his praise on your lips always. God bless you all, and thanks for having me.
Thank you so very much, Sajay, for that insight. I don't know about anybody else, but I learned something this morning. I always knew of Lydia, but you kind of took her story and you shed so much light on it. And I started smiling in your presentation because without even knowing much about how Lydia had done her business and had gotten to that point, I would have realized at some point in my entrepreneurial journey the importance of having Jesus at the center of it all. So thank you so very much, Sajay, for sharing. I do hope and trust that you would have jotted your notes down and that it's something that you have taken something to move forward with, even as you continue on this journey. So we are thankful for examples like Lydia, and we are reminded that we are not to become too busy trying to make a living here on earth that we forget that we ought to be living for Christ so that we can lead others to him even in the middle of it all. And for those who haven't tried it yet, one thing I do try, I pray over all of my things. Like sometimes I do it and I say, Lord, apart from them liking it, just let them feel something different and and just how you deal with it. So pray the prayer that allows you to become a constant witness in evangelizing through your products. So thank you very much again, Sajay. For those who are just joining us, thank you for joining us. We are at our very first ever business boutique. And today I am now going to turn over to Pastor Joel Jump, our youth director. And I can tell you that he is a man with vision and he is allowing the Lord he's allowing the Lord to use him to see these visions become dreams and realities in the lives of the young people of the East Jamaica Conference of Seventh-day Adventists. Pastor Joe.
Thank you so much, Shakara. And I want to say thank you to everyone who participated this morning. We sincerely appreciate the fact that you're here today. Thank you, Janae, for praying for us, Sajay, for rendering that beautiful devotional charge to us. Indeed, as I sat here and I was listening to that conversation about Lydia, there's so much that I also learned. I didn't realize how much of a real businesswoman she was. But knowing you from the days when I used to go to summer camp in the children's section, Sajay, I know that definitely you would have found something interesting to share with us this morning. So I pray that God will continue to bless you and that God will bless you, Shakara, even as you are guiding us this morning throughout this conversation about how we as young people can really make a difference. There are so many things that we find in our church today and through life where persons say, well, I do not have a job, right? I do not have a job. I cannot do this. I cannot do that. I graduated from university and I do not have work. But what I want to do today, it's a burden on my heart, is that I want us to recognize that we don't have to be employed, but we can become employers, right? I want us to think big. I want us to think beyond what the world would see us as, to be removed from the box that we have been placed in, to just think that all we need to do is to follow the instructions of others and not necessarily innovate ourselves and seek to make a difference. And that was really the thought that gave rise to this youth business boutique. Now, this morning, we have some persons who are with us all the way from the United Kingdom. They can tell us what time it is there, right? We have Althea and we have Patroy. Now, I learned about them last year when Pastor Fletcher, our Youth Ministries Director for the Jamaica Union, would have introduced Althea to me and also to us as youth directors. And while I listened to her, I could see that she had a passion for business, and they actually call her the business doctor, right? Because she is focused on empowering businesses, empowering people to recognize that, yes, they can be better, they can rise. And there are numerous companies, she will tell you about that trust them as they seek to give their advice. And one thing that I think I'm good at is spotting an opportunity very early. And when Pastor said they are willing to come and speak to us, and their training is normally in the 600 pound bracket per hour, I said, all right. And I heard him say, but they will come for free. I said, Pastor, I'm ready. I was driving to pull over on the roadside, and I said, yes, I have something I want to have next year for the young people. And the calendar of events wasn't even written as yet. And I said, I want it and I'm ready, because EJC must be able to have this opportunity. And some of our Central Jamaica Conference friends are here with us this afternoon also, because Pastor Scott would have stated that he wanted his young people to be exposed to this information. So we're here as one conference, but also one union as brothers and sisters, learning to grow in grace. Now, our president, Dr. Walker, should have been here with us this morning. However, he's at the funeral service for one of our members who was murdered, and he's giving the support there. And he's saying, you know, that he loves this idea, and he wants us to have more of these opportunities to help our young people to understand that indeed in youth and in the fire of youth, we can find youthful integrity and also ingenuity, and new ventures will rise from this fire as we shape not only individual destinies today, but we are literally shaping the very landscape of civilization and tomorrow. There are many of the ideas and the things that we are using today that were simple ideas that someone had when they were young. Think about Facebook and Instagram. Facebook began because of some young people who were at college, right, and were tinkering with their stuff, and then decided to create a social networking site that today, you know, even though they say only old people use Facebook, right, it forms the bedrock, right, of all other social media platforms. And if you don't know High Five, you have to call me, sir. All right, just say it. But I remember High Five. Now, I want to say thank you once more for being here. And as we go throughout this conversation today, I pray that you'll be blessed and you'll understand that the future isn't inherited, but it is created, it is formed, it is forged through opportunities like these. When as young people, we see the way that God is calling us, and also we decide not just to curse the darkness, but to light a candle. This is the first step in lighting the candle of a bright world and a bright and beautiful destiny that will blossom and will fill this world until Jesus comes. God bless you and welcome to our Youth Business Boutique.
Pastor, you had me laughing there, you know, because for a minute you're reminding me how ancient of days I am.
Hey, Shakara, seriously, you know?
when Facebook started, Pastor, Facebook
Yes.
started with you having to use a university email address to sign up. I don't know if many persons knew that. You had to use your university email to sign up. So if you didn't have one, you couldn't get on it, right? And I tell you that my login is
my talking about High Five and
High Five and MySpace. Pastor, were you on Go Jamaica Chat? Do you remember that one? That was Jamaica the when I was in high school. I tell you, we have come a far way, and it's just for persons who would have thought of an idea and worked on that idea to give us these what we call luxuries now. So and the other thing, Pastor, too, is that there is no, as you said before, there's no unique business, you know. Somebody would have thought of all of these things before. But one of the things that set us apart is what we bring to the table, our personality that adds to the entire thing. But I'm not presenting here, Pastor. So I'm only here to introduce to you the persons who are going to be presenting. So
hold on, Shakara. I don't think Pastor Walker would appreciate if I don't if I allow the greetings to finish without reminding us. Mission first. I will go. All right.
I will go. I will keep the mission alive in 2025. And
cool.
This year, we're leading the mission from the front of being business owners. And I know Pastor Walker will support us as his young people in this venture as employers and not only employees. So thank you very much, Pastor, for your insight. Please bring our love and greetings back to Pastor Walker and let him know that he was missed, but we ensured that everyone was reminded that in 2025, we're definitely keeping the mission alive and we're trying out new stuff. And the new stuff that we're trying out is business in 2025. So as we said before, we have two lovely people all the way from London, England. And I must say, I really do love the British accent. So I'm really hoping that they have some accent there. Right? I don't get it right. I'm hoping that you guys have some accents because it's one of my favorite. And I'm looking forward to this presentation. So the first person that we have is Althea Blake. Hi, Althea. Good morning. Thank you so very much for deciding to give us some free advice. If it's one thing Jamaicans love, it's free. Trust me. We love it free, and we love to we don't like going to the doctor, but when we hear about a business doctor that can give us some advice, maybe some of us need some healing, maybe some of us need some medication, or business. Some of us have been business owners for years, some are just starting out, but a business doctor at our service. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope my accent is British enough for you,
Yes,
Shakara.
I absolutely love it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the welcome. Thank you so much, Pastor Jump, for inviting us. We also extend our greetings to Pastor Walker, as also to Pastor Fletcher, who arranged for this, who orchestrated for all this to happen. So thank you so much for having us. So I am Althea Blake. I am the corporate doctor, but you can call me the business doctor as well. And this is my business partner.
What's Troy Gordon?
So not as much as a British accent as me, but you may well recognize where the origination of that accent comes from. So it is a pleasure for us to be here today. We've got Yardi Patroy in the comments. I will sometimes read out the comments, but we'll try not to be distracted by it. But just want to say it's a pleasure to be here. You are in the right place. This is your business clinic this morning. It is the afternoon for us. In fact, it is about 3 p.m. for us at the moment. So we are really looking forward to sharing this information with you. And what we do want to say is trust the process. We are your coaches, we are mentors, we are business mentors, we have businesses ourselves. So we're not bringing text books things for you. We are bringing things that have been tried and best practices, things that have failed that we've learned from as well, which is equally as important. Was really pleased to see the number of businesses that was in the chat. But I'd also like to give the opportunity for those who may not have started their business, but have a business idea to be able to put those ideas in the chat, just so we have an idea. And if you didn't put your business in there, what I'd like is if you have got a business, just so we can understand the balance of the room. If you have got a business at the moment, give me a 1 in the chat. And if you haven't got a business, but you're at business idea stage, give us a 2. And if you've just come here for curiosity, just to see what the British people bring, just put a 3 in the chat for me. Thank you. Let's see what we have. And also very pleased to see another Althea in the room. So welcome.
So welcome everyone. Happy to be a part of the event. What I would like to everyone to just quickly do is just to come off of camera if you can, please, and just kind of say hello to the room so we can see some faces. We like to be interactive. I know that AI hasn't gone all the way to turn on and making everybody turn into AI as yet. So we want to know some real people in our place. And before the whole accent just start coming raw. Yeah. So the good thing about yes, everyone. So I'm seeing some people coming on. Amazing.
And we'd like to see more than the host, our co-host, coming into the room as well. We are touching on personal branding first, and it is all about visibility and showing up. So we definitely want to see who's serious in the room, who really wants to put their business out there.
Yes, definitely. And I think that's the main thing that we want to touch on, so that everyone kind of understanding that with business, you have to understand that we're here to solve a problem. And the problem that you're solving is something that people are always looking for. Just as you're here within the clinic, you have a problem that you want to solve within inside your business. So of course, if you understand that you have the solution, make yourself visible to the world, because if you're not going to be visible to the world, then of course you're not going to be able to solve these problems, which is obviously life-changing for individuals, which is why we are here today to present to you and hopefully be a great impact to everyone, so that you can understand how the things that we've been through and things that are actually working within our businesses, so that you can actually utilize some of these formulas, tool sets to actually get you to where you are. So welcome all.
And see, we've got a real combination of ones, twos, and threes in the chat as well. So thank you so much for sharing. That is amazing. And for all those who have business ideas, could you just drop in the comments as well? Just let us know what those ideas are. What is it you're looking to sell? And while you're doing that, I shall share our presentation. We also have some, okay, amazing. We also have some worksheets for you. So we'll put the link in the comments as well, come the time.
So could everyone kind of take themselves off of mute as well, just to come on and just kind of say as well, if you don't actually want to type in the chat, just to kind of get some interaction going as well. Interaction gets the energy up so we can actually even retain more.
Or could you repeat the instructions, please, regarding the numbers?
As in the 1, 2s, and 3s?
Yes.
So it was 1 if you already have a business, 2 if you are at business idea stage, and 3 if you just come along more for curiosity in terms of maybe a business is for you, maybe it's not, and you just like to get more of an idea.
Okay, thank you.
No problem at all.
Hold on. Hello?
Can everybody see the screen okay?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay.
Yes,
So,
we can.
thank you so much. So we have a number of businesses, but the one that we're representing today is Roots Pod Academy, which really focuses on helping young people to start and scale up their own businesses. So we do this through workshops, we do this in schools, colleges, universities, in the community, in churches. We, wherever the need is, we make sure we present ourselves there. So we are going to share a little bit more about us. But firstly, we just want to remind you that this session is what you make it. As Pastor Jump says, we are giving our time for free, but this information is extremely valuable. So we don't want you just to come along and think, oh yeah, that was great. Knowledge is power, but I can't stress enough how much it is the implementation of that knowledge that is the real power. So you can't use everything and apply it to your business. Sometimes you have to take where you are now and apply it right now, but apply something and make a plan for everything else. Make a plan of 1 or 2 things for later down the line. Okay, so it's all about doing your best and participating, engaging. We love interaction. We can see who's serious, who's ready to put their business out there as well. Do ask questions in the comments, and what we will do is at the end of each session, we will have a Q&A so you can get to ask some questions that are more personal to your business, maybe based on the information that we've shared or some other information of where you are in your business. And just be respectful of all those in the room as well. And so just to give you an overview of what we're going to cover, so we have something called the P7 cycle. So we are going to just go through 3 of the items on that cycle. Then we're going to look at your mission, your brand, your story. And what we're really, a lot of you have started your business as well, and as you've shared, but what is really key is making sure you have the right foundation. So it's about really looking at that foundation to build up, to make sure you can reach those towers. Because when we talk about business, we really talk about empires. We talk about really creating that ecosystem, not just having, that one business where, you've got one room and you're just circulating your business from there. We're talking about, global presence or national presence, being able to have multiple businesses and collaboration. Okay. And then we'll do the Q&A, and then we'll talk about building your business plan. And again, even those who have your business, we use this business plan over and over when we're looking to scale up and change different directions. So this is something that will be helpful to everybody.
So just before we go into a little bit more of the presentation, what I would like to everyone to kind of get their mind into is to frame their mind to maybe some of the stuff that you hear may be new for the first time that you've heard it, but there's a lot to learn and there's a lot to take in, and I'm sure you'll be able to go back over the recordings at a later date to see if there's anything that we've missed out, anything that you've missed out that you want to go back over again. So it's only after you stepped outside your comfort zone that you begin to change, grow, and transform. And I really want to touch on this, and part of it is part of my story. And I believe starting with a story will be quite relevant. One of you. Yeah.
And I'm going to ask you if you could mute your microphone.
Yes.
Thank you. Did you see that?
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I just wanted to kind of go into a little bit of story just for everyone to kind of understand, regardless of wherever you are within your business. So within business across the world, what I've found from just moving in different locations is, of course, there's different business setup and the way you set up businesses, but the same framework works across the board. And that's what we're going to be focusing on. Of course, you would have known where the local authorities are that you can help to register business and going forward. But the frameworks that we're going to be touching on is what you need to pay attention to. So when it comes to, regardless if it's farming, e-commerce, or brick and mortar business or online business, you name it, I've basically done it just to understand where it is. And all of those stuff has kind of led me to where I am now, which having businesses and being able to pass those knowledge on. So of course, hopefully there's a lot of nuggets and things that we can impact on your business going forward. And of course, partnering with Alfia is where she had a lot of knowledge when it comes on to coaching and making sure people understand the importance of coaching and mentorship. And that's why we are here today, so that we can pass on the coaching and mentorship experience that we all have, so that you can be more impactful within the business. And get your questions ready, because there's a lot of things from different industries that you're going to be that's going to be challenging for you, and you're going to want clarity on. And maybe you haven't had a network or a community around you that can help you. So hopefully we'll be able to cover that today. So let's move forward.
And as I said, we have got a workbook, but just in case you cannot edit on it, I do hope that you have pen and paper, or you've got devices to take some notes on as well. I can't stress enough the importance of always being ready, always coming prepared with those with something to actually take notes. Okay. So who are we? Okay, firstly, we acknowledge that we are children of the Most High, and we both have families as well. So in terms of what we do for businesses, as I mentioned before, we have multiple businesses, and what we always do is put God at the center. So it's almost like we call God as our CEO. So every time we start a meeting, we're going to pray before we start. So it's always, I can't stress enough how important that is as the foundation for your business as well. So as I said, I spoke about Roots Pod already in terms of the entrepreneurial support we do. We also offer employability support as well. So particularly people trying to get into the creative industry, we help in that area quite a lot as well. We have a corporate, we have a business where we go into corporations and we help with team building, we help with leadership coaching. So for the CEOs or the C-level suite. So it could be like the chief people officer, chief operating officer, etc. as well. In addition to that, we do something called, we're NLP coaches as well. And that's all about reframing the mindset. So instead of thinking, oh, actually, I can't do that, it's actually looking at the resources that you actually have in order for you to be able to do that, because we believe that you have all the resources that you need. There's nothing that you don't need, and the Bible tells us already, nothing is impossible for those that trust God. So we definitely believe that as well. So as Patroy, we'll cover your.
So I have also here, as you can see, it's called a SaaS business. What this is pretty much a software as a business, but in other words, what I do, I provide systems. I'm like a systems provider, and I provide that for different businesses. And this is all to do with just going through different industries and understanding the needs of individual and business owners. And one of the things that was touched earlier by one of the presenters is how busy individuals can be to actually do things. So when it comes to a system, it really helps you to leverage the technology that's out there in the world so that you can actually be more organized and be able to not neglect your faith as well, so that you can focus on God and allow God to be the center of your life and also lead by example. So that's one of the things that we do, of course, as a business when it comes to marketing agency. And not to go back.
Sorry, I went back too fast. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, so, and also to mention as well, within doing that as well, we have teams that's dotted around in different parts of the country and the world, really, from Philippines to Jamaica to India to Mexico, and also, where's the other one?
The UK.
And of course, the UK. So yeah, and so from all of that, we gain experiences even working with different cultures and understanding what is definitely needed. And with all of the business that we have around, it's all actually an ecosystem to actually help individuals at different stages, whether you're starting out or whether you are already established. In going forward, also I've been into the family business, which is also a part of the auto services industry. And that is given me a lot of experience when it comes to understanding what is required from a business perspective on the floor, going on the cars, doing everything from picking up, doing tires, body work, you name it. Those are things that I understand. And I will be drawn from some of those experiences and everything else to kind of make everyone understand, regardless of where you are, you can actually know when to pivot and pivot your business in a certain way that match the needs of the marketplace. In going forward, also, Alfia actually sits on the board within one of the contracts that we hold as a digital and creative academy. And she sits on there just to help solve problems from a top level, while we also go in and train up individuals as well as executing on those workshops. And also anywhere we see problems within those businesses, we can strategically offer our services and then impact those businesses, because we have a chain of business that connects to that business as well. Alfia?
Yeah, so one of the reasons, and it might seem like, wow, that's a lot, and it is a lot, to be fair, but there's a bit more actually. But the reason that we share this is, one, obviously just to let you know that, we are qualified to sit here and share business wisdom with you, but equally, each of us may wear many hats, and it's about understanding how to prioritize. Some of you may still be in a 9-to-5 job, some of you may be parents, some of you may be carers to parents. And so it's about being able to have that balance, and also to let you know it is possible. I tend to work 4 days a week. I tend not to work on a Friday. I keep that free for family. And so it's about being able to manage your time, understanding what your priorities are, and being able to manage that balance. And just to let you know, it is possible. It's not always possible, but it is possible. Okay.
So what we're going to introduce here is called the P7 cycle. Little clue here, the P is actually a part of my initial, and this is a formula I've recognized across the board when it comes to reading the Bible and seeing certain formulas within the Bible, specifically, and actually how businesses are created, because most things are originated from the Bible. As we spoke about earlier, nothing is new under the sun. But of course, as a earlier presenter said, that it's all to do with how we bring our personality on board. And as we are a part of the kingdom, we always like to make sure that we do the best and lead with integrity in everything that we do. So in going forward, the overview of what we're going to present, there's actually a P7, a full system of P7 formula. But what we're going to cover is only 3 of those P7s, because these 3 will actually get you moving and actually allow you to start auditing your business and kind of look at the things that you probably haven't thought about within your business going forward. So the first P is on purpose, the second P is on partnerships, and the third P is present, right? So we're going to cover all of those 3, but of course, we have a whole program on the P7 that we're not going to be able to deliver to you today, but we give you the starting point from the first 3 Ps. And what we're going to do is going through them one stage and then go to the next, and then go to the next, so that you can understand how to break down things and how to implement them in your business. Because the biggest problem that we all have is consuming things, but don't execute, right? So hopefully this session will help you to execute, because we do have some worksheets for you to execute on the call. So we will be having 30-minute sessions to execute as we go. Let's go forward.
Okay. And also just a welcome for those watching on YouTube as well. And I will endeavour to keep an eye on the comments there as well. And certainly if you do have any questions for the question time, we'll answer them at that point as well. So again, the P7 is all about life mastery as well. So as we talk about purpose, we start with your why. So hopefully you are familiar with your why. But if not, Troy, did you want to share with them how they can, a little bit more about why it's important to even have a why?
So I guess the purpose here is coming from, and as I said, it's a formula that I've even seen within my own life, and just being able to travel from a born Jamaican, traveling across and actually moving to the UK to live with my mom and my brother. So in going there, a lot of times we think about business, but don't really align it with our lifestyle and what it is that we want our lifestyle to look like. But the great thing is, now that we are into this internet age, we can now create a lifestyle for ourselves where we are happy and proud of. We don't have to just work the traditional way and just work down the store and that's it. Your mind can be open up to so much more things, and even work from home remotely as well. So these are things that you all need to consider within your why. And one of my why, just to kind of touch on it for everyone to understand, is I wanted to be able to be flexible, to work not just from home, but to be working remotely, because I do have family still in Jamaica and dotted around in America or all some places in the world. So I wanted to be remote so I can go back, because that's my roots, that's where I'm from. That's how I wanted to build my life around how I wanted to do things. So you have to have a why that's really driving you to not just be working the typical traditional jobs, because the typical traditional job is in every country. But you need to align what it is that you really need for yourself. How do you want your lifestyle to be? So for mine, I wanted to be able to travel back and forth whenever, or if there's an emergency, I want to be able to pick up and just move as and when I need to. So that is really the drive for my why. And everyone else here would have a reason for why they're doing the thing that they're doing. Yeah. So you have to have a deep why within yourself. Now, move on to the second thing, is people. And the meaning for people is, who are these individuals that you want to actually serve, right? Who are these individuals that you want to serve? Because you have ideal clients, you have ideal employees, you have ideal people that you just want to serve. Like, you know that you get on with them a lot better than some other people. So you have to think about people. So when you think about people, you want to be thinking about the avatar, and that's what you call an avatar. Who is that avatar that you want to serve? And then number 3 is the problem. What problem it is that you want to solve. So in touching on the people previously before, so for myself, I realized that I am around a lot of business owners within the family, that they create businesses or have ideas as a business owners. My dad from Jamaica was working as a as a tailor and a taxi driver. So he's had entrepreneurial streak within him, same as my mom. So I have the roots of it, coming and seeing it and growing it up into it from my aunties, having real estate and going into different things and kind of growing up seeing certain stuff. So I was around it, so I was influenced by it. But at the same time, in doing that, it wasn't at the biggest scale as how you would have thought of it, but the exposure to it made me curious about it. But then whilst going through my stages, I realized those are the people I wanted to serve. So I really started connecting, and God really aligned me with a lot of people that had their own businesses. RootsPod is what we're doing now on the RootsPod was created under Althea, and I saw the opportunity to come on and actually partner with her and actually understand how she goes about offering coaching and mentorship services. And that's where I learned how to coach from going in. And that's a great asset that I had onto myself. Now, so these are the type of people I go in and do. Now, what is the problem is that you want to solve? So for me, I realized that the problem was that a lot of business owners are too stressed. They don't know what they don't know. So there's a lot of things that within the business, whether it be in marketing, whether it be in tools, whether it be in just how to employ people, how to think about scaling their business. They just didn't know these stuff because why? They have the skill set to do what it is. It could be that you know how to sew. It could be that you know how to take picture. It could mean that you just know how to video. But in terms of marketing yourself and growing a team and having a system around yourself, that was very difficult because that requires you to go and upskill yourself and learn. So I put myself through all of that because I was driven by understanding the people and also the problem so I can create a solution for. And this is what we are going to be able to present to you today. Okay, go forward.
Okay. So one of the things that we do is we look at businesses that are already successful and say to ourselves, okay, well, if they're successful, what is it that they've done? What are they using as their foundation? What are they doing even in terms of like their marketing? Who are their customers? We look at their reviews. I can't stress enough, that's really, when you're looking at your competition, always check out their reviews because the reviews really give you a good idea of what's working for their customers and what's not working. And if it's not working and you see a lot of negative reviews about something that's not working, which is a similar business that you're offering, make sure that's the one thing that you master in your business. So when you're doing your marketing, you're talking about it all the time. So people know that, oh, they do it, but they're doing it the way that I need it to be done. And they're going to come to you. The things that they're doing well that you might not be doing, make sure you start implementing it. Because when they say the customer's always right, the customer is the one that's going to be giving you, exchanging their money for your product or service. So you want to make sure that you're meeting their needs so they are ready to exchange their money for what it is that you offer. So as I said, we look at some of the big brands. And we just got a couple to share with you. But one of the key things, when you're writing your business plans, they always talk about a mission statement. Now, when it comes to business plan, we follow a 9-block business plan. We don't do the one which has got about 50 to 60 pages. If you're doing you want funding for your business, then you might look at one of the heavier documents when it comes to your business plan. But when you want a plan that you are actually going to execute, we believe in a 1-pager, which again is something that we are going to share with you today. We are giving you the resources so you have no excuses. I have also put a link in the comments for the workbook. I'm hoping it is the correct link, but that should lead you onto our workbook. So what is a mission statement? Just give me a 7 in the comments if you've heard of a mission statement before. And while you're dropping those numbers in there, amazing, Junior, quick off the back there, amazing. So, so it's about, why does a business exist? What's its reason for being there? Oh, amazing. Okay, yeah, you're all amazing professionals. Look at that, all knowing what a mission statement is. I've heard of one. That's great. So it should define who the primary customers are. So who is it that you're selling to? That is key. Many of us don't know who we're selling to, and we think, oh, who you're selling? You might be selling footballs. Okay, so who are you selling footballs to? Everyone. What, so the 91-year-old sitting in the chair at home, that's not mobile, they're going to buy your football. Well, maybe not, maybe not them, but maybe like, but everybody else. Okay, so what about babies? So babies, toddlers, 7-year-olds, they're going to buy your football, are they? Well, no, but they might play with it. Well, using it and buying it are two different people. And people always get confused with that. You need to know who is, especially when you're doing your marketing, you need to know who you're talking to, because they're the ones who's going to exchange their money with you. You may well have the best footballs, but a 5-year-old has not got the money to buy it. Okay, they may well be attracted to it, and it has benefits to them that the parent's going to feel, oh wow, that's going to keep them occupied for hours, I will buy that. So it's about having that messaging correct and targeting the right people. So that's why it's really important to know who your primary customers are. If that makes sense, please put a 3 in the comments. And then we're looking at identifying the products and services that are produced. You have to be very clear on what those products and services are. What we want to avoid doing is giving you a scattergun approach. So we have many different businesses. We're not going to share them all on the same platform, because it's going to start getting people confused. And a confused buyer, I can assure you, they never buy. Okay, so it's about being clear so your buyer is clear. And then it's about describing the geographical location in which you operate. A lot of businesses now are online, and again, it's making that clear, but also the delivery of those products and services. Is it specific to an area, a location, or do you ship worldwide, for example? And even if you say worldwide, there are still certain countries that cannot accept your packages. So it's understanding that as well. Okay, so let's move on. So, and I have my, which is, I see I have the chat, I have the comment box blocking my view. So I've spoke it now anyway, but if you know what the brand is in the background, just drop it in the comments for me. Okay, so there we go. Perfect. Yes. So it's KFC. So I'm sure it's a brand that you are familiar with. So before I go on to the next slide, when you think about KFC and you think about all the things that you'd expect to see in their mission statement, tell me, why does KFC exist? What's its reason for being? Put some comments in the chat for me, please.
Or you can raise your hands as well, and we can let you in.
It is finger licking good. That's what they say. And also, so yeah, but why does it exist? Do they exist to be finger licking good? And what is finger licking good about KFC? And who? Yeah, that's okay. And again, but what are they marketing? You're telling me all the things that they do, and so you've got the product, which is the barbecue chicken, and they're marketing fast food. So fast food is one of the reasons that they exist, yeah, to supply chicken and fast food, yeah. Yeah, it's to provide tasty chicken, exactly that, and convenience, food at convenience. So again, it's being clear on, you know, each section, understanding what your business is. Again, once you're clear, your customer is always going to be clear as well. Yeah. Okay, and so who are their primary customers? And even in terms of their customers, the clue is even in the answers that you've given for the reason why they exist. Yeah, people that eat that type of food. Yep. Who else? Gen Z. Yep, definitely. And again, people who want food at convenience. I mean, even though I was in Jamaica recently and I realized it was a good 45 minutes to queue for KFC. So I don't know if that's I don't know if that is quick and convenient for busy people. But yes, it's people who are busy and who just want to go in, take food, and then come out. And then identifying the products and services. Already some of you have mentioned things like the barbecue chicken that they do, Zinger meals as well, tower meals. I think that's on the menu over here in Jamaica as well. And then the geographical location. Where would you say the geographical location is? Busy areas, yeah, definitely busy areas. And again, you know, this is really important because I noticed a couple of you had restaurants down as well. And for those that, again, are thinking about having what we call brick and mortar, having actual shop fronts rather than being online, it's so important that you put your business not only in a busy area, but where your audience is, where it's likely to be that your customers are located. So if you're in a city area, and I suppose that you might be offering children's clothes, for example, yes, you've definitely got parents there who might want to buy clothes for their children. So that might be a good area that people might overlook. But at the same time, you want to go where the parents are likely to go and buy clothes for their children, which is going to be then in the malls or in the marketplaces or areas where there are a lot of those type of shops. Okay. Yeah, definitely where there's heavy traffic flow. Thank you very much, Ram. Okay, so, and this is their mission statement. So again, they've also stated that things like convenience, speed, quality, happiness, friends and family in terms of who they target, and workers as well. So their mission statement is, we are dedicated to making our customers' day so they come in hungry and go out happy. Would you all agree with that? If you agree, put a Y in the chat. If you disagree, just put a no. Do you think they're on target with their mission statement? Y for yes, N for no. No, okay. Yes, okay. Okay. Bit of a mixture, okay. Does someone want to share why it's a no? You can come off mute if you're free, if you're able.
Yes, I'll go. I have
Okay.
no reason to be waiting for 45 minutes to be served. When I leave that line, as a matter of fact, when I get to the cashier, they never have what I want. So I'm leaving unhappy. I still have to buy something because I'm there 45 to an hour, not coming out of there with without a piece of chicken or some corn or something. But for half the times I go there personally, I leave unhappy. I'm to a point where I actually refer to it as dog food. And I do not eat there more than twice per year or something. It's like a big joke for me.
Yeah, definitely. I think that is really, really good feedback actually. And I think that was one of the things when I came to Jamaica, I was really surprised when I heard about the 45-minute queues. I mean, that definitely is not happening in the UK. And I think we have the same in locality. I think we have the same amount of KFCs and in the US as well. So yeah, customer service, yeah, does need to be is questionable. Okay, thank you very much for sharing. Amazing. Okay.
But before going forward with asking you which brand is, what I would like for everyone to kind of frame their mind is like success leaves clues. And when you think about KFC and why we use KFC as an example here is for you to kind of see the patterns that they have. You could use other brands, and when you go in your own time and you start doing your research, you can actually use other brands to kind of see exactly how they structure things and how they follow a certain formula to actually be successful at what they do, because success leaves clues. Has everyone heard about that saying before? If you have, put a 1 in the chat.
Success leaves clues. Thank you, Simon. Yeah. Okay. Amazing. Okay, thank you. And again, you know, for KFC, it's a multi-billion-dollar company that has multiple locations all across the world. So they're clearly doing something right. So sometimes you get their franchise as well. So sometimes the people that are running that franchise, even though they should be following a certain standard, are not always getting it right.
Yeah.
So that's also important to recognize. So what brand is it that you've seen on the screen in the background? Let me see your answers in the comments. Yeah, perfect. Chanel. And then again, for Chanel, why does Chanel exist? Who are Chanel's primary customers? Put some comments in the chat for me, please. Status, the elite, definitely. Yeah. Or the want-to-bes, yeah, definitely. Okay, perfect. So this is Chanel's statement. They've said high quality, exclusive to the elite, classic, original, luxury. And they've said to be the ultimate house of luxury, defining style and creating desire now and forever. Would you agree with that? Would you say that Chanel, I know you've already said elite in the comments, would you say they're classic, original, luxury brand and creating a desire now and forever? Would you agree with that? Put a 1 in the chat if you agree, or 2 in the chat if you disagree. And this isn't whether you like or dislike the brand, it's whether you think they are on point when it comes to their mission statement and who they are targeting. Okay, yeah, we've got some 1s in the chat. And one thing about Chanel is as well, I mean, Chanel have like bags, they have like classic bags, and they also have like classic perfumes, and they have like classic jackets as well. So when you see a Chanel, you know it's Chanel, not just down to the logo, but down to the style as well, sometimes the smell of the perfumes as well. They haven't changed much from over the years, and they've been around for a very, very long time. And when you have that type of classic brand that through the ages, just, you know, it lasts forever, you have got a very, very good brand, and your clientele don't change. You said there's people who want to be like Chanel's customers as well. And there are people who are striving, as soon as they get money, they want to go and buy a Chanel bag or something like that, you know. So yeah, it's definitely for the elite. Okay, so this is a time where you can grab your workbooks. And one of the things I do want to say about your workbooks as well. So I have given you access to a Canva workbook. The first thing you need to do is make a copy. So don't type directly onto that one, because you'll be just sharing all your information with everybody else. You need to make a copy so you have your own copy. You shouldn't be required to set up a Canva account either. So can you just let me know if you can open that workbook, and if you, once you've made a copy, you can also edit on it. No problem. Okay. There's a link again. And again, yes, consistency and quality is excellent when it comes to Chanel. Okay, so I'm going to start going through, and as I say, I'll give you a couple of minutes to do the answers as well, but you can again add them onto the workbook, or this is something you can come back to. So if you've got a separate sheet of paper, just do the answers and then go back and then just fill in the workbook. Okay, because we don't want to spend too much time on the tech. So And this, again, what we're about to go through now is all about understanding your why, understanding the importance of setting the right foundations when it comes to starting your business. Again, even if you've started your business, it's recognizing, is it even the right business for you? Okay. So challenge 1 is creating your own personal mission statement. And I've just got 4 questions here that I'd like you to just have a little think about and answer. So the first question is, what do you want people to, and remember, this is personal. This isn't about your business. This is about you. So the first question is, what do you want people to think when they see or hear your name? And let me just talk about for a moment personal branding. So there's 2 things when it comes to personal branding that we really advocate, and it's about being authentic. That's number 1, being authentic. Showing up as who you are, your true self. We always say, be yourself because everybody else is taken. So it's not about you copying what somebody else has done and how they've done it. I think, Shakara, you also said it as well. There's nothing new under the sun. So, there's nothing wrong with having a business that somebody else has got. But there's KFC, but there's so many chicken shops as well. There's so many cook shops. There's so many children's clothing shops as well. So it's not like just because you have competition, it means your business isn't going to be successful. I always say competition is an indication that your business will be successful, because if you've got competitors who are already doing it, that means that it will be, it will work. Yeah, that means there's a need for it. Excuse me. Yeah, so if you can, and even just put in the comments as well, just some of the things. What do you want people to think when they see or hear your name? So again, personal branding, when you walk in a room, what do you want people to say about you before you're coming into the room? When they know that you're turning into the room, Chanel, what are they going to say? When you leave the room, Patrice, what are people going to say about you? And what we say is, it's about setting the narrative. It's not about allowing them to come up with what they want to say about you. It's you creating that brand for yourself, that persona for yourself, for people to know who you are. When you walk into the room, that's the corporate doctor. What are they going to say as you step into the room? Yeah, shopping was a pleasant experience. So that's about the experience of the service that you offer. But what about you? What are they going to say about you personally, Sajay? Expertise, quality service, professionalism. Thank you, Shalika. Satisfactory, professional. Okay. And professional, satisfactory, again, that sounds like a service rather than them being served. No, Sajay, it's fine. I'm just saying that's perfect for your business, but it's about who are you? This is the personal mission statement. So this is looking about you personally. What is it that you want them to say about you personally? Genuine. Yeah, unique and genuine. Excellent. And again, these things I want you to write down in the worksheet. And then we've got who. And remember, this is personal now. Who do you want to appeal to? At this stage in your life, who is it that you want to appeal to? Now, you could be business focused and be like, I just want to appeal to my customers. I want to apply to partners, as in suppliers. I want to appeal to sponsors who's going to give me funding. You might be in the stage of your life where you're like, actually, I want to appeal to my future husband or my future wife. Who is it on a personal level that you want to appeal to? Okay. Okay. So I'll give you a few moments to, again, start sharing in the comments who as well. And just let me know if you're able to access that workbook as well, make a copy and also edit it. Okay, keep that question, David. And we will answer that. Hopefully someone will grab a copy of that question. So you should be able to, let me see if I can share my screen of the workbook.
For all those that have already copied the workbook, could you just put one in the chat, please? Right. Yep, so it's working. Yep, that's fine.
Okay, so if you go to File on the left-hand side, let me just, can you see, are you seeing my screen with the workbook or are you seeing my screen with the presentation? Yeah, thank you for Shakara as well. Shakara's also said the same thing. Yeah, so just go to File here and then come down to make a copy. Yeah. Yeah, perfect. Let's go back to. Okay, continue writing those answers in the comments. Who do you want to appeal to? And then I want you to identify 3 positive characteristics that you possess. What are 3 positive things about you? David, can you see the link for the workbook?
Oh, no, I think.
Yeah, because if you go out and come in after the link's been placed, you might miss it. I'll just add it in again. So 3 positive characteristics. And again, just write in 1 characteristic in the comments, no problem. And then the last one is, which environment are you in when you feel at your best? When you're operating at the optimum level. Amazing, resilient. And I hope you've all got something in for the what, the who, the identify, and the which. Noise-free environment, yeah. Yeah, and for me, it depends on what I'm working on, whether it needs to be noise-free or like noise in the background. It all depends. If it's something that I'm used to doing, I don't mind the noise. I can just block it out. But if it's something that I need to focus on and concentrate, yeah, I need that noise-free environment as well. Okay, I'm going to go on to the next one. Hopefully you will have, again, you have the workbook with these questions in. Just scroll down, enter them in, or feel free to take a screenshot. Yeah, same Junior. Yep. And then challenge 2. This is where we focus on the business mission statement. So this is very much focused on the mission for your business. So again, for those who are at idea stage, and we had amazing ideas coming through as well, I want you to use that as your focus. Why do you exist as a business? What is the goal for your business? And, you know, when we look about why do they exist, you know, when you looked at KFC, it was for convenience, fast food. What is it that, who are you serving? It's not really a case of the people, but it's like, what is it that you serve that is needed in the market? Why does it exist? Thank you so much for joining us, Quizzy. I hope I've said your name correctly. No problem at all. Yeah, please do take a copy of the workbook as well, so you have access to that. And then it is on YouTube, so you should be able to record that as well. Okay. Headshots Jamaica, you have a comment. Did you have your hand raised? Did you want to come off mute and ask your question?
Yeah, I just wanted to share my why instead of typing it. So as it says, Headshots Jamaica, so I take headshots and professional headshots. And coming out of COVID, as the church and most things became online, I started to see a lot of flyers and people on flyers, and I hated to see poor pictures on flyers, pixelated pictures and stuff like that. I mean, if you say that you're a world-renowned presenter, a pastor, a singer, or whatever profession you have, and you're going to go on a flyer, why would the flyer, it doesn't represent you well. So I think that, it just annoyed me. And that's why I came up with this, because I think that you should put your best foot forward. And I even remember, like, just looking at some things, you could have all the accolades. If your picture is poor, it says to me that you don't take your things serious. You're not serious about what you're doing, because this picture, what is this? So that's why I started. That's my why.
Amazing. And I love that as well. And I hope you heard that as well. So as your customer, they're looking, and to everyone else, they're looking at and thinking, well, if that's the standard of your imagery, what is the standard of your service or products going to be? So these things are very, very important. Thank you so much for sharing. So again, need you to think, who will your business help as well? Identify 3 positive solutions your business provides. So remember so some of you may be familiar with USP, your unique, value
proposition.
Not that one, but you know what, it's literally just come out of my mind. I say it so often, I can't even break it down. But it's about what makes you stand out from your competition. Yeah, what makes you stand out from your competition? So think about those 3 positive solutions that your business provides. Those are idea stage. What are the solutions that your business will supply that will be above everybody else, that might be different from everyone else? Yeah. What's the purple cow? You have to enlighten me on that one, Simo. And then lastly, and I'm going kind of like pushing through these, because there's an exercise an activity that I want you to be able to do. So where are your customers based, and what channels will they be on? So channels don't always represent social media. The channels could be in schools. You might offer a football club after school. So therefore, the best place to go to find those parents of those children might be after school when they're picking up their children, for example. So that would be a channel. Where are your customers based? And again, where your customers based could be that geographic location. Are they just situated locally because your club is locally? You use the local park, so therefore it's people within that vicinity. Yeah. Okay. Understood now. Thank you. So I want you to, again, write those down. So I hope you are all able to access the workbook and add those in there. And no problem, Shalika, you'll be able to pick that up on YouTube as well. Okay, right, we're going to the next one. We have 2 more of these. So is it important to you? Passion, or you are more than welcome. Passion and purpose. And this is really important as well. So it's about understanding, what is it that you love doing? Who brings you joy? When do you lose track of time? So you could be doing this thing, and then you look and you're like, my goodness, Is that the time of night? I got work in the morning, you know. What is it that you have what is it that you do sometimes that you lose track of time? Hopefully it's not scrolling through TikTok. What is it that you do that you really, we are on page, I think it might be page 4. Can you see? It's a slight, the page should be up. There's 2 questions per page. You may be on it may be on number 3. It might be page 3, but it's question, let me just double check. Yeah, question number 3. Yeah, question number 3. So I think it's page 3 if I'm not mistaken. Oh, is this one not in the workbook? Oh, apologies. I will make sure I update that in there if it's not. Okay, apologies. I will make sure I update that and share that. Take a screenshot for now. Okay, make note of that.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and this one isn't in your work notebook. Excuse me. This one isn't in your notebook. So, are you seeing there, Nisha? So, yeah. Have a look. There should be 2 questions per page. So this one here. Let me know if you've, so again, the reason that, let me just step back a moment. So the reason this one is important is because when you identify what you love doing, what brings you joy, what makes you lose track of time, and what inspires you, where and when you're inspired, what starts to happen is you start to recognize what would be effortless for you to start a business. Now, one of the things that we've often done with our, one of the things that you've done, Pastor Jump, if you're on, could you just share that YouTube link for me, please, into the comments? Thank you. Yeah, so one of the things, we speak to clients and we do this, this same exercise, it's about them looking at the things that bring them joy and, you know, where they lose track of time versus what they're currently doing. Because what they often find is that there's sometimes a real disconnect. So I had a particular client and she used to travel all over the world to different countries for work. And then what she realized was the place that where she was inspired was at home in her room reading a book. And it made us actually stop and realize that, oh, you know what? I don't actually enjoy traveling. I once enjoyed it, but now I just enjoy being in the comfort of my own home. And so because she recognized that, she then started to reduce the amount of traveling she done. And sometimes we're just doing things you know, like clockwork, not actually stopping to evaluate, does this still serve me? Is this what I really want to be doing? And again, think when you're choosing businesses, are you choosing that business because that's the current trend? Or are you choosing it because it's something that you're passionate about? And the difference between passion and purpose, for those that you might find your purpose, we always say, what brings you pain? What is that thing that you look at and you think, oh, why does it have to be like that? And you decide to make a change. And you may even feel called, it could be like your assignment from God. For me, that was exactly what this business was. It came to me literally as a vision when I was in a job, funny enough, that I absolutely hated. And at the time, I always had entrepreneurial mindset, but I just didn't have anybody around that was already doing it. And so it was very much a case of there's going to be young people just like you. I was a lot younger at the time. Young people just like you who are going to come up against those same stumbling blocks. So create something for them, a space for them with representation that looks like them, so they're able to come and gain the knowledge that they require. Okay? So that's why that's important. And let me
go forward.
Yeah.
What I would like to also touch here, guys, is regardless of where you are, this is the time when you pivot. So some of the stuff that everyone will be doing within their businesses, there will be some stuff that you don't like, but the reality is that you're exposed to it and you understand what it is that needs to be done. And there'll be maybe some parts of it within the business that is painful for you to go about, or you find it such a drag in terms of it annoys you or it really gets to you when it's not being done. As you previously heard from Headshot Jamaica, that's something that literally stood out, and it's like it really moved him. So a lot of times these are the things that really is a pain point for you, and that pain point that you see is what you are drawn to resolve. So for me, that's the same thing. Like, you think about whatever position you're in, regardless of whatever job that you're in, and you will see the problems regardless of what you're doing as a role and responsibility within that business. And as a role and responsibility with that business, what you're doing, you're able to see everything across the business, and you're able to see everything across the scope to understand, okay, actually, I don't like to do this service, or I like to do this service, or where is it that I'm at the best within the organization. So you'll be able to pull up from there. And then that's when you kind of niche down, as people would say, into that particular area. So for me, for example, give an example within the car industry, I was exposed to all type of different services within the business, whether there be doing the body work, whether it be in doing the tires. I was exposed. Some stuff I didn't have to do with my hands, like the body work or the engine job. I didn't have to do these stuff with the hands because I was more doing a lot more stuff and managing certain aspect of the business. So I didn't have to do all of those time-consuming jobs. But what it did, I was able to expose and saw the problem from also an employer's point of view and an employer's point of view. And when customers come in, what it is that they want to achieve coming in. So when thinking about this, I realized there were certain services within inside of the business that we didn't actually have. So, but there was a need for it coming inside the business. So I then realized that, okay, one of the main things that people always come in here and we're not able to actually provide them the full scope of what it is. So I had to basically upskill myself to then go into that area and do it. And then there's some skill sets within the business or some services within the business I didn't like to do. So we had to remove them from the business because there was no need for it. So this is kind of where you start doing the purpose. But my biggest purpose started coming in play when I realized the system on a whole, there was not a really smooth a system for the customer. And as you know, being inside a mechanic shop or what these type of businesses, you realize that there is a lot. And then I start going around different business owners and seeing that they all have the same issues when it comes to system. So I start realizing it's not so much around just the services, but so around the systems that's in place. And that's what really was a pain point for me. And I got pushed myself to basically find the solution for it. So this is what everyone has to be thinking about within their business. What are these pain points? What are the things that you actually want to really, really, really solve that can move people and that can actually help people to the next level?
We've seen that question. Thank you. We shall answer that shortly. Hopefully that has also been noted. Mm-hmm. Okay. And then the last thing, which is in the workbook as well, is again, I mentioned about being clear so you attract the right attention. Know who it is that you are serving. And we're going to go and look at the business plan. So the things that you're filling in here are things that you can take over to the business plan, like where your customers are based, who the type of customers that you're serving. So this last section, and I hope this is making sense and that you've all been able to fill out these questions. And I know some of you might need to go away, and the nature of how some of our minds think, some of you might need to go away and put a little bit more thought into it, which is why we've shared these workbooks with you. But in order to come up with your mission statement, there is a very, very simple framework to use. It's I help, to, through, so they can. So this is all about who you help. So, and I've put examples there in terms of the Roots Pod business. So I help, and so it would read, so I'm just going to read it at the bottom. So actually I'll read it from here. So it's I help, and it's purpose-driven young change makers. Yeah, those that are under 30. And what am I helping them to do? And it's to transform ideas of passion for change into a business. Okay, things they're passionate about, they want to see a change in, and they turn that into a business. And then how do I do it? I do that through tailored programs and holistic coaching support. So workshops like these and one-to-one or group coaching. And then, so what's the outcome? For the outcome for them, never the outcome for you. Always remember, when you are serving customers, they're going to be asking, what's in it for me? Yeah, what's in it for them? So always have that front and center of your mind. So what is it they can do? So they can gain financial success and make a positive impact. Because let's be honest, if you're not making money in your business, that's not a business, that's a hobby. So definitely need to understand the difference there. And if you're not making money, understand where those gaps are. So it's definitely important to start with this foundation, identify who your customers are, identify where they're hanging out, and again, identify what is it that you're bringing to the table for them. And when we looked at your characteristics, do those characteristics line up with your business solutions? Do they line up with the brand of your business? Is your personal brand a reflection of your business brand? Okay. So again, even like when we work with people who are not in the church, not Christians. And you know, one of the things we also say is, so if you're a childminder or you want to open up a nursery, but you know your personal brand is going out every weekend and getting drunk every weekend, and you're posting pictures on social media of, oh yeah, this is me and my friends, you know, smoking and drinking and getting completely wasted. Me as a parent with young children, and I'm looking for a childminder, and I see your picture, am I going to want to spend my money and trust you with my children? No matter the cost. And hopefully you're all saying no for that answer. But just an understanding of again, the personal brand, how the personal brand needs to align with your business brand. Okay, so where is the workbook? Let me send a copy of that for you. Oh, actually. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. So what I would like to ask everyone is, from everything that we've been through so far, just for everyone to kind of have an understanding. So we've kind of went through the why and the business purpose, and also your elevator pitch or value proposition. Does everyone understand that? Put a 1 in the chat if everyone understands what we've been through so far, just to give a quick recap.
And if there is any confusion, please do put a 2 in the comments.
Yeah. Right. Keep going. Okay,
Okay,
2.
we've got 2 there as well.
Yes, so go on, JR, put the confusion there and we can break it down.
Yeah, let us know where you come off mute. Let us know what you're not understanding or where there's any confusion.
Okay.
Just, do you want us to repeat what Patroy just said? or something else?
Okay, okay. So just a quick recap on what we did so far, just to kind of get everyone focused on what we've done. So we just went over your why, your personal why, what it is that you need to do, and also the business purpose. Also ending on the value proposition, which is also sometimes named the elevator pitch. In this
Which is where we're
section, this is where we currently are now. Does that make sense?
And just to go on.
Okay, great. So what we wanted to do here is just to show you and reverse engineer it for you to kind of see how this works for us. So whereas we spoke about our purpose at the beginning, our why actually, why we do what we do individually, right? And then we became a partner together to be a part of this business, then that goes into the business purpose, which is now the value proposition, which is now also the elevator pitch, but you can see at the bottom, which is our mission is to empower and equip young change makers to transform their passion for change through our tailored programs, holistic coaching support into financially sustainable businesses or careers. Now, this is from all our experiences. So when you are doing your value proposition or your elevator pitch, it should be coming from somewhere real. When you are reading this and when everyone is reading this, does this show you or give you an understanding of who we are from our background and our experiences? Does that have an impact so far on everyone? Put a 1 in the chat if everyone understands it from a branding perspective. So what we're doing here is connecting the dots for everyone to understand.
And if you don't understand, please do put a 2 in the chat as well. Currently only seen 2 1s, so is everybody else not getting it? Okay, and also I don't need to get too hung up on the workbooks, and I will circulate that workbook. I'm going to tidy up that workbook because I can see there's been a lot of copies to the pages. So before we finish, I'll make sure I just clean that up for you and then just repost that link for you as well. All right, so understanding, perfect.
Okay, great. I would like to see some more 1s because it seems like it's only 5, 6 people that already put 1s in. So I'm thinking everyone else is a 2. And if everyone else is a 2, we will go back over what needs to go over so everyone can have an understanding.
So if there are some 2s, please do let us know because this is for you. This isn't for you to walk away confused. It's for you to make sure you're clear on the information so you can implement. Okay, a few more 1s in the chat. Okay.
All right. So, okay, I think everyone got it so far. And of course, if not, then of course put the 2 there and then we cover it.
Yeah, or ask questions. Make sure you've got a question ready for that part.
Most definitely. So this section here, everyone needs to connect the dots straight away so they can understand how they're positioning themselves, because the most important thing that you will find is how to be authentic to people, because you don't just want to come across as if, okay, you are just here to just make money and you're hungry for money. When you're doing your business, you want to be authentic. You want to be able to be there to solve a problem. So hopefully we've done that even in the build-up of you getting to this event today, where you can see, and actually we've sent out videos introducing you all to come online, and you can actually feel the passion and the genuine authenticness that we do and love doing what we do, so that you can actually pivot into exactly what it is. Some people would probably not be there yet, and some people would already be there. But this is just an encouragement for everyone to understand and find their purpose in what they're doing. So regardless of what you're doing now, or you're on that journey, you'll be able to find yourself and navigating so that you can be your authentic self and actually be visible in the marketplace, knowing that you solve a real need.
Okay. Right, so I'm putting the workbook, link for the workbook back in the comments. I'm also putting another link for the newspaper that you will see on page, I'm not sure. The page is now page 14 that you'll see on page 14 of the, well, unless you've done a copy, if you've done a copy, it might be your page 5. So I'm just putting that in the comments for you. And the newspaper, so let me just finish on this part here of the mission statement. And again, please do make a copy. I've separated the newspaper as a separate document just to make it a little bit easier as well. So putting this all together, so again, this is the mission statement for Roots Pod Academy. And so their end result would be, our mission is to empower and equip young change makers to transform their passion for change through our tailored programs and holistic coaching support into financially sustainable businesses or careers. Now, what's important about that is that not only is it your mission statement, but when you are networking, something else we'll cover, when you're networking with other people and you want them to understand what you do, you already now have a framework that you can use, who you help, what you're helping them to do, through how you're delivering your product or service, what is it that you offer, and what is the outcome for them, okay? So this is a very simple framework, and then once you've broken it down individually, you just put it together as a paragraph. So hopefully you see the value in that and how that can help you.
So what I want to touch on here, guys, just from a marketing perspective, when everyone reads our mission statement at the bottom, does it resonate with everyone that's on the call now? Put a 1 in the chat, because if it resonates, that means you're in the right place.
And again, put a 2 in the chat if it doesn't. And one of the things I also want to mention as well, so when it comes to niching down, so we focus on young people. Our message is always going to be young people. It's going to be like 18 to 30s. That doesn't mean that people over 30 who need business support or want to scale up their business are not going to come to us. We have clients that are not in their 30s, that are not under 30. So I never want you to think, yeah, but I need to sell it to everybody or I'm going to miss out. No, you will not miss out. So long as your messaging is clear on what you deliver, all of a sudden the who you deliver to will no longer be important to the people that are reading your message. They recognize that you are focusing on a particular demographic. However, they will, if they see value in what you offer, they're going to approach you and say, do you cater to me too? Or can you said you do bespoke flower arrangements for weddings and birthday parties, but actually, do you do funerals as well? Yes, we can do that as well. So never think by limiting yourself in your marketing messaging, you are blocking out other people who want to buy from you. That is not the case. So that is one of the key things I really want you to understand. So let me just get onto the newspaper, because I can see that we are running out of time, and I want to go on to like the Q&A. So, okay. So what I want you to do, and I want you to really take your time with this exercise and go back. Yeah, I really want you to take your time with, Neil, come. I knew that was going to happen. Got it. Yeah. All right. So I really want you to take your time with this newspaper exercise. I really want you to think to yourself, where your business is at today. Where is your business going to be in 5 years' time? What is that actually going to look like? And this is like a really powerful activity for you to actually do. And I want you to really go think about it. I want you to go away, think about it, and think about your story. And if you have a look at the workbook, you'll see in the heading, it says, what will this headline say about the future version of you? So what is it that you want in 5 years from now? What will that newspaper be saying? What is it that you have accomplished while you're going to be featured on the front page? And then why are you being celebrated? For you to be the front page of this newspaper, there's a reason that you're being celebrated. So again, this could be part of your why. What is it that you want to achieve? And when we're talking about achievement, underneath that first section, the last part of that column, is what have you achieved? And I want you to really write these out, because you're talking to your future self. And it's almost like you're placing affirmations in terms of what is it that you expect. Again, the Bible says, write the vision and make it plain. Yeah. What is it that you want to, what is it you want to become? What is that identity that you're looking to get to? And then who will call you because you've achieved this? Is it those ideal partners that you've been seeking for so many years? Is it sponsorships? People are going to throw funding at you? Is it every media outlet? Is it every media outlet that's going to be coming to you? Is it your more of your ideal client? What is it that is going to be coming, that's going to come to you? And then in the image itself, I want you, it doesn't matter what that image is, that image could be you, your future self, or it could be an abstract image that represents something to you. It doesn't need to mean anything to anybody else, but it means something important to you about your future, something that you've achieved, the position that you know that you're going to be in. What does that look like to you? When you think about it, what feelings does that conjure up? If you were able to touch it, what would it even feel like? So just kind of, I just want you to think about those things when you're thinking about the image. And then which award? There's going to be an award out there just for you and your business that you've built, your business empire that you're building. Who is it affecting? Who is it impacted? I want you to just write a paragraph about that. And lastly, where you see in green, it says, write a quote that a client said about the impact made to their lives due to what you do. So remember, it's all about impact. It's all about the beneficiaries. It's all about the customers, the clients, the impact that you're making to them, to the community you live in, the world. Because everything you do is going to have a knock-on effect. And what is that knock-on effect? Is that going to be something positive, or is it going to be negative? It could well be that just having that representation of you being a business person, people are seeing what's possible. The younger children are seeing what is possible. Yeah. So I want you to have a little think about that. And so does that make sense? And are you all happy to go away and put that together and see what the future you will look like?
And I'll tell you guys why this is important, just for everyone to understand quickly. You can classify this as your vision board or your mood board, right? In other words, your why. So a lot of times we come up with struggles within our businesses, and these moments we require that little boost. But as an entrepreneur, it's a lonely journey. And a lot of people may not understand it because, of course, they're still in the traditional mindset and actually thinking career-based and all of the type of traditional jobs that they are used to, right? But you all need to understand like the power of writing things down. There's a magic when you write things down in the future so that your present self can actually see it and your subconscious mind can work at it. Once your subconscious mind can work at it, it will help you to always remember why you're doing what you're doing. So everything is not going to come easy or smooth, but that why is what's going to fuel you to continue going on your journey, because you do understand that, for one, you understand where you're going, you understand the people that you're actually providing a solution towards your problem, and that's going to make you keep going regardless of what it is. And of course, going forward, we will talk on experiences that we've gone through that's basically fueled us to keep going, because of course, that's what makes us being here today, so that we can even provide our services to everyone online.
Okay. So I hope you're all going to enjoy that that activity. So we've actually come to the end of the first part. So, and again, it was about laying that foundation, understanding your why, your purpose, but also where you're actually heading for that future. So I hope you do you think, if you think this exercise will be of value, put a V in the comments. I feel like I'm seeing the same 8, 9 people, and I'm wondering where the rest of everybody else, where everybody else is. Amazing. Perfect. That's great. And then just so brilliant, loads of these. And again, if you feel that you've received value from the first half, just put one key takeaway in the comments for us. One key takeaway that for you was like, oh, okay, that's interesting, or yeah, I might actually be able to implement that. Or could it just be an aha moment? That is no problem. Thank you for sharing.
That's fine.
And thank you for turning up. Make sure it doesn't jeopardize your assignments. Why do you exist as a business? And it's so important to understand. Sometimes we just jump in and say, I want to do a business, and we just jump in and we do it. And then when we don't produce the fruit, which is either monetary or get those customers, we can't understand why we get confused. And sometimes it's because we just have not set the right foundation. Yeah, creating that mission statement.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah.
Right. And also just
problem solver, brilliant.
100%. Keep it going, guys. So that first session was about purpose, understanding your purpose, but also remember, overall, your purpose is going to be in line with God's vision for you and what God requires for you. And in doing this and understanding how you align how you're doing your purpose, God will also reveal to you in the details of where to do. So a quick example is, if you have a plan to go on a journey, you make the plan and you set your plan, say you're going on your journey, but on your way to there may be an accident or whatever, and you have to do diversion. So that's where God comes in. God will actually make you get to where you need to get to by actually going into the details, but you need to set your traveling plans ahead. So I just want everyone to understand that even though sometimes you may be thrown off, things may happen in life, and life happens. It could be, there's so many things that happens in life, but at the same time, the destination is still there. God just wants you to understand the journey, and anything that comes up or the obstacle that comes up, you deal with that and keep going forward, because you have an end destination that He wants you to achieve.
Amazing. Okay. So, and thank you so much for those comments. Right, we may have to, Pastor, just to let you know, we might have to swap screens. So we have got Roots Pod Academy on the other one, so we might need to be spotlighted on there if we drop off, because our charger is saying it's just not charging. Not sure what's happened with where we currently are. So perfect. So this is your opportunity to ask questions. So I'm going to stop sharing the screen.
And remember, what we just covered was purpose. And we got 2 more to go, which is partnership and present.
Yeah, it's part of the P7 cycle. Okay. So questions. So we saw a couple of questions in the chat. Was somebody documenting those questions on our behalf? Are you able to ask them? Or do you want us to scroll through and have a little look to make sure we don't miss anything? Let us know.
I would like everyone to just come off of chats so we can hear some lovely voices. I think we had a couple of people, which is amazing, but we just want more people to come off, and anything that you're not clear on, just interact with us so we can actually give you what's done, because we work best with when the energy is up and people are actually saying things. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm tired of hearing just me and Patroy's voices. Come on. So one of the questions I did see was about delegation. How important is delegation to you? So, delegation is one of those things that working with people, as we say, we work with people in corporates, we work with people starting up their business, and they really struggle to delegate. And it's because the majority of time is one of two things. Either they're just scared to ask for help. And I believe that's because most of us grew up with a don't ask nobody for help, don't talk to anybody, don't tell anybody what you're doing. And so we have this inability when we need help to actually ask for it. And the second thing is we have this perfectionist thing going on where we don't believe that somebody else can do it as good as us. So we're like, oh, you know what, it's just quicker if I do it myself. But one thing I want to say is that, the day you plant the seed is not the day you eat the fruit. And you have to remember we all started from day one. So there was a time when the very thing that you want to delegate, you struggled to do yourself. It took you time to understand it and to learn it. So whoever you're asking to support you, give them some grace and give them enough time to be able to learn it. Because what happens then, once you delegate to somebody else, not only are you giving them a new skill to be able to build on, you are now freeing up time for yourself to build on a new skill. So it's very important. So that is my take on delegation. I think delegation is very key. It's very key to help other people upskill, but also for yourself. So I hope that answered your question.
So we've got
All right, so I have some questions here. You want me to just read those for you?
Yeah,
Yes,
I was just
please.
about, yeah, go
All right,
ahead.
so we have one that's written in the chat. I created my mission statement too. Thank you. I already know my why. It's just the fear of implementing. That's what is holding me back. How do I get over that fear? Right, so that's a question coming from the chat.
Right. Okay, so the first thing I will say from experience is I think all of us have the fear of implementation, especially if we're starting a business out for the first time and you have pretty much made up mindset of things need to be perfect. But in reality, as you go on, you solve problems as you go on for your own selves. That's how you become more competent at what you need to do. But also you need to believe in God first and foremost, and trust in God to actually position you in the right place, and also provide people to actually assist you on your way to where you need to go. And also, when you think about the things or the intricate details of what needs to be done in a business, sometimes it's just best if you act first, because when you stay in your mind, it actually lowers your confidence in a lot of way and actually put a lot of strain on yourself. But if you focus on acting first, it gives you that energy and it gives you that boost and that adrenaline boost to actually keep going and be more optimistic about the business, because when you don't implement, that's what drains you out.
And I would also add as well, fail forward, fail forward. Unless you actually take action, how will you know if it's going to work or not? Learn from your mistakes. And I mean, don't ask yourself what's the worst that can happen. Ask yourself what's the best that can happen. I remember when I first sent out one of my mailing lists. In fact, I can't even say mailing list. I sent out one email to a potential client, and they came back and said no. Now, I can't tell you how elated I was. I wasn't happy at the fact that they said no. I was happy at the fact that they've responded, because sometimes we fear that rejection. And one of the things I was taught by a previous mentor of mine was get used to rejection. Just get over it. We care too much about what people think, and that's what's holding us back. But it's, when you've got a business, you've got a business idea, just test the market and work on. One of the things we do is a lot of mindset work, because we get it. We get it. Even sometimes for us as well, we think, oh my goodness, no, we've got to go and... So we get it. Do some mindset work as well. Okay.
Alfie Jackson.
Yeah,
All right, so we have another
we see a
question.
hand up. So I'm
Yeah,
just gonna...
there's a hand up. I'm gonna come to Althea. So that's the other Althea. I have to make her speak. But just to emphasize something that you were talking about the style of Patroy. I think the real challenge that we have is that growing up as children, right, when we're in school, we always hear people say failure is not an option, right? That's what I remember hearing. Failure is not an option. Failure is not an option. So everybody begins to think, right, that, yes, we should excel academically. We should do our best to get the best grades. And I think that's what they intended. But then it kind of leaks over and spills over into our everyday lives. When we're supposed to be trying something new, right? We're thinking failure is not an option. Therefore, I must not fail. And that means that I will not try, because if I cannot guarantee success, then I will not try, right? That's many persons approach business like that. And what I'm getting from you is that we need to be able to be bold enough to fail and to try again, right? Because we will not necessarily get it right the first time, but in the future, the reward is even greater than we could ever imagine. Oh, so let's go to Althea while she asks her question.
I'm just before we go to
Right.
Alfie, Pastor, that is such a powerful observation, because I think everywhere, no matter where it is, that's exactly a lot of how people think. But what everyone needs to understand is the programming of our society. Society programs us to think a certain way. And because society programs us for a certain way, when you get to an age that you can actually start questioning things now for yourself, you ask yourself, why do I have these thoughts? Because we've been programmed by our society and by our environments. So in that case, you have to pay more attention to who you are and try to master yourself with the help from God, and listen to God's voice and his leading of the Holy Spirit, so that God can direct you in the path in which you need to be, because then you start questioning things and going, that actually is just a programming of your mindset that holds you back. Right? So a lot of times, guys, you hear our parents and you hear people around that say a lot of things, but when you come of age and you start meditating or thinking on things or doing our medicine, you really start thinking to yourself, that don't make no sense. Because if you don't feel how you, and you, the first time you're doing something, then it holds you back. And that's something that we also have to come across, because it's a mindset, guys. It's a mindset shift that we need to do to get into business. And one of the reasons why we're doing what we're doing here is because we left Jamaica for a better life for myself. So it's like, okay, we have to travel and leave my country that I love so much to go to another country. Guys, we can make money in Jamaica. And this is why we're here now, providing these opportunities so people can understand there's a different way of thinking to make money in the country where you are, from where you are, rather than coming here, because the lifestyle is not as great as people think it is than what we have in Jamaica. So people need to really understand and shift their mindset to understanding is how you think, and break away from certain barriers that holds us back.
Yeah. Althea, over to you. And there's no such thing as failure unless you give up and you stop, full stop. So remember that also. Althea? My fellow namesake. You may come off mute.
Yeah.
Hi,
Hello.
Patricia and Althea. Hi.
Hello.
Thank you for doing this. So my name is Althea, and I'm the founder of Faith and Flourish Essentials JA, an online small business. I have
Did you
two
say
questions.
face? Did you say face or faith?
Faith.
Faith and Flourish Essentials JA. Right. So I have two questions. The first one is, what are the biggest branding mistakes that small businesses make, and how can we avoid them? Two, what are the best low-cost marketing strategies for small businesses?
Okay, I'll take the branding and Troy will take
Take
the
the
marketing.
local.
Okay, are we not seeing your face today, Althea? I went to see if we were twins, you know? Okay, so in terms of the biggest branding mistakes, I think one of the first things people always think is, oh, I need to have my logo. I can't launch my business unless I've got my logo. I can't set up my business unless I've got my website. I can't start my business until I've got like all the colors and I've got all of these things in place. That's just rubbish. That's just an absolute myth. And what you need to do is start your business, start showing up, because sometimes people don't even have the right name for their business until they actually start offering their services and their products. And then all of a sudden, the name will come to them because of the responses that they're getting and some of the things that people will say. And all of a sudden, it makes sense to give the business a particular name. So I always say start and just keep building. You don't need a website unless you're an e-commerce brand, unless I've got like and in fact, even if you've got products that you're selling online, I always say go to somewhere like Amazon, Etsy, all those places that already have the footfall, because, and Troy will come on to the marketing, because no disrespect, but nobody's going to find you like they would find you under Amazon and Etsy by using your own website. So branding wise, just put yourself out there and start building up in the background. But understand there's things like color psychology. So it's in the background. Start thinking to yourself, what is the essence of my brand? What is it that when people come to my page, I want them to see, I want them to feel? Again, it's about, as the same as writing the narrative for your personal brand, it's about writing that narrative for your business brand. How do you want them to feel when they come to you, when they come to your Instagram page, for example? You know, so if you're a visual brand, use Instagram. If you're a service brand, use LinkedIn. And you don't need to have any particular branding for that. That will come later. So don't worry about the logos, website, etc. I hope that helped out there and answered the question on branding. If there's something specific on the branding you wanted, let me know if that didn't answer it.
All right, so thank you so much for answering that question. We have some from YouTube, so I'm just going to navigate to YouTube so that I can bring
I'll share the
them.
second half to her question, Pastor.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, no problem. Yeah, sorry about that.
That's okay. Okay.
Did the first part answer
She
your
said yes, it
question?
did.
Yes, it did. Okay,
Okay.
great. So the next part you spoke about was the local marketing. So remind me again, in Alfie, what did you say? Her
Faith and flourish.
And flourish. And what is it exactly that your product is or your service? So I can make it relatable.
Oh, just checking the chat.
Checking the chat. You want to come off mute or you want to type it in the chat, Alfia? Can she hear me?
Okay, I was trying to unmute, but I realized that I couldn't do it myself. Sorry. Okay, so I sell like feminine products, vitamins, faith-based t-shirts, Bibles, and other essential, mainly based on basically nourishing both the body and the spiritual aspect in life.
Okay. Amazing. Lovely. Amazing. All right, let's have some fun. Okay, so with marketing and doing local marketing, one of the first thing is all about starting from a reputations point of view. And the reputation point of view is under the branding section, which Alfie just covered. Once you're able to brand yourself and you get the visibility out there and people understand and know what you do by your purpose and by doing what you know and actually telling people about it, making yourself visible in the marketplace, that's the first thing. But the direct strategy around that is that you want to be going to people that you know already, which is your power base. Your power base are people like your family, people you go to church with, people that's in a circle so that you can push out to them so that they can understand. The reason for that is that you're building momentum. And that's from your in-house team because they already know you. So if they like your product, they will also, and also they will give you feedback so that you can improve on the product or services. And then you can adapt because you don't want to be spending money in doing ads and everything else because you haven't got a product market fit, right? So you need to have a product market fit, even though sometimes we got a mindset of this is what we're doing, but we need to be giving it out to our people around us. Now, going a little step further from people that's around you within your family base or your power base, as we call it, you want to be going onto the free platforms and platforms that allow you to upload Etsy, Amazon, and create accounts on them. But firstly, you want your social media platforms, right? Your social media platforms is the most important thing here to then go into the digital space. But then you have to also remember, if you're doing t-shirts, especially t-shirts, so you have to remember about the delivery that you need to do, which is making sure that people get their products, right? So that is the next stage when it comes to like social media. You want to go inside of social media, create your account and always be posting there, but pay attention to the algorithm on the social media platform so that they can help you to get to where you need to go when it comes to visibility of the brand. But also remember that you need to talk your customers' language so that they know the solution that you have to their pain. Hopefully that answers your question.
And Amazon, no, well, Amazon and Etsy, they will charge you. So every time you sell a product or service, I'm just answering the question in the chat.
Yeah.
Someone asking if it's free to use Amazon and Etsy. So every time you sell your product, they will take a percentage.
Mhm.
So they will take a percentage, like it might be about 5%.
Mhm.
And whoever you're selling through, like the payment merchant, like Stripe or PayPal, they will also take a percentage. In fact, even if you sell on your own website, your Stripe or PayPal will automatically take a payment as well. But because it's like shopping, it's like placing your shop in a busy area, you're going to get the footfall through Amazon and Etsy. So some money is better than no money when you're looking at it in the case of if you're having your own website or your own Instagram, if you're not using what we call SEO, which is finding the right keywords that people are searching for, it's unlikely that you're going to be found straight away until you start really building up a momentum of your marketing.
Yes. So as you said, Sergio, yes, you don't need to pay for hosting because it's not a website that you're actually creating. So the main thing is that here, guys, you want to basically use the assets that's already there. Because with a website, what happens is that you need to drive traffic to a website. But Amazon, Etsy, and all of them already have traffic. They've already done all of the marketing to that platform. So what you want to do is leverage those platforms to get sales from those platforms. If you put things on your website, you are in charge of making sure traffic goes to it. So that's where SEO comes in, and you got to pay for search engine optimization to make sure that you have a website that drives traffic to it.
And they're not low cost. So I just answered the question. Thank you, Pastor. I know you was going to refer to the one on YouTube as well. So so just the one on YouTube. So Raquel wants to sell sheets and also undergarments as well, underwear. So and was mentioning about purchase overseas and in Jamaica. So what I was unsure, so I'm going to answer both. I was unsure if you wanted to purchase the items from overseas and sell them in Jamaica and internationally, or you were buying them locally and selling them international. So I understand that you haven't started yet, but just for anybody in that position. So obviously China is a market that everybody always seems to be buying their products from as well, particularly things like clothing or just most products. So what I would firstly recommend is that you get samples. Whatever you are buying from a different company, if you cannot feel it and test the quality, then I highly recommend that you get samples. Yes, those samples are going to cost you, and sometimes you have to buy those samples in bulk, but between starting a business and having to pay for that, rather than starting a business and having to pay the price of a bad reputation because the quality is terrible, it pays to pay up front in the beginning. Again, even if you are buying products from abroad, whether that be t-shirts, a lot of people are buying like we call them jogging suits, track suits. People buy them abroad and they find a supply that's amazing. That same supply isn't always consistent. So be careful about the bulk that you're buying. Do not buy bulk and then have no customers to sell it to. One of the key things I can't stress when you are buying products from abroad, particularly places like China, is that you get pre-orders in first. You tell people, you do a massive campaign showing people, and the campaign is just spending time marketing your products. So whether on social media, you may have a couple of samples, so you are showing those samples constantly, taking pictures, getting friends to post in the clothing, carry the handbags, take them on holiday, take pictures of them in different locations. So you're showing how, and sell the lifestyle. That's the other thing. Don't just do these product shots where they're just sitting down on a, I don't know, plain table or something. Do product shots. If you've got a handbag, sit at a nice restaurant and you're there outside talking to a friend and the handbag is there. It could be a pen, doesn't matter what it is. People are buying into lifestyles more than anything. So in terms of starting up, and I know you said you're waiting for capital, Raquel, I would definitely take pictures of items. You can do product shot. You've got AI now that you can even make up what the product would even look like if you can't afford the samples at the moment, and get people to pre-order. If your supplier said it takes 6 weeks, tell people it takes 12 weeks. So long as you deliver within that 12 weeks, people won't mind, so long as it's coming before they need it. So I can't stress it enough. I had somebody who was selling personalized slippers and dressing gowns. You might see it on, especially you ladies, you might see it on the social media where people having hen nights, and the bridal party will all wear the same dressing gowns and slippers and things like that. And so she used to personalize it, but she used to tell people it's going to take 12 weeks. She had people ordering. She was based in the UK and had people paying well over £60, which is, I think it's about 10,000, equivalent of 10,000 Jamaica dollars, just to ship the item because she couldn't get it local to her. So she was prepared. We wouldn't even, in the UK, wouldn't even consider buying 3 items that cost more, the shipping costs more than the items themselves. But when people see the value in what you're offering, they don't mind waiting for it and they don't mind paying up front for it. So I would definitely wholeheartedly recommend that. I hope that helps, Raquel. So you've asked, would you buy local, international? Oh, okay. So you would buy both local and international.
Yeah.
So again, if you're buying, that's perfect. If you're buying local, that means you're going to have tangible things that you can touch, hold, take pictures of. And again, everybody make good relationships with your suppliers, because then you can make arrangements and say, okay, can I just buy a few products, pay for them, and then buy them by order, order on supply. So I make the order, and then as soon as I get the money, you can supply and I pay you. But you have to build up decent relationships and be trustworthy. Always pay your debts. So I hope that's helped.
All right, so we have I think about 2 more questions in the chat, but one of them is coming from someone whose hand is up. So I will just ask the other questions. So when he gets ready to speak, he can ask the questions that will be on his mind. All right. So the one question that's in the chat, apart from the one that I just mentioned, is what are the 7 P's? Right? What are the 7 P's? And then we can go to Simo.
Okay, amazing. So the 7 P's is around people mastery and understanding how people work and the mindset that we all need to have, especially as business owners. Because once you understand the mindset of business owner, once you understand as a business owner, the mindset of people, you're able to provide them a solution to their problem. Right? So that's the overall mindset around understanding, because business is not done. Business is not just done with business. Is not done with business. Business are done with people. So the first thing you need to focus on is people. So it's people mastery that you need to understand. So this is why we start off with the P7 and actually start with purpose. What's the purpose? Right? What is the purpose? And we'll go all the way through the different P's. So when you focus on the person and the people and understanding their needs, then you're able to tailor your solution, which is what your business is going to do to solve their problem. And that's what the P7 really is.
Did that answer that question? Let us know in the comments. I was typing the answer, but Sajay, you just mentioned to speak more about the algorithm and how to manipulate that. So every platform has different rules when it comes to the algorithms, whether that's Facebook, whether that's YouTube, whether that's just like your normal website, whether that's again LinkedIn and TikTok. So it's one of the key things though is consistency. You have to train the algorithm to understand what it is your product or service is, which is why I said if you keep just posting every and anything, the algorithm gets confused. And imagine if the algorithm's confused, they're definitely not sending no customers your direction. And again, a confused algorithm also means a confused customer or a potential customer. So it's about being consistent. It's also about using your SEO, Troy mentioned, search engine optimization, which means ranking you higher on search engines like Google. So it's about using the right keywords, and those keywords could be as part of your website, it could be part of your social media content, it could be blogs on your website, it could be tagging like your file names as well before you post them. All of these things will support the algorithm in helping to find and drive traffic towards you. So hopefully that answered that question.
Just to clarify, I think Eva said, she wants a more clarification of what it is. Make sure product, price. Okay, so Eva, do you want to just come off and come off mute for a moment? Is that okay? So we can clarify this?
Sure, thanks.
Go ahead.
Hello. I actually learned something some time ago in business administration and marketing about the P's, which was like the 5 P's or something. So I know that it is actually has upgraded. So I just want to know exactly what they are. I am not all that there, but I am trying to get there, like Althea and you. So
Yes, I'm aware that some people, what definitely. So what you all will have, and just to mention here, everyone will come out and have their own P's and create their own formulas in a certain way. We're going by the formulas that we have for ourselves, and these are formulas that we've done within our businesses. So that's why the P7 is tailored towards us and being realistic at what we see, rather than actually going by what other agency or other companies have done, because I see patterns in a certain way that God has given me the wisdom to see. So I have arranged a P7 in a certain way. So the P7, I'll touch on them. So the first one is a purpose, as we spoke about previously, and the second one is partnership, which we will touch on in a moment. And the third one is present. After present, then there's partition. And after partition, then there's proof. And after proof, then there's proactive. And then after proactive, there's pause. Those are all the P7. So we are only
Thank
going.
you.
That's okay.
Yes, you,
We're
yes,
going
you
to
can tell me more. You can tell me more. I'm curious. I like it. I
Don't
like
worry.
proactive
Go
and
ahead.
pause. Yes, I like it. Kind of 21st century.
Definitely. So I think most of the stuff, a lot of people just go with the traditional P5 and so on and so forth that you see around. But in terms of what we find to be, and we can understand it because I don't need to look at a book or anything like that. I've seen the same patterns in all businesses. This is why we are breaking it down like this for everyone to understand. And hopefully the first P, purpose, is impactful to everyone so far so that we can now move on from that foundation of your purpose, then into partnership.
Yeah. Okay, Simo, thank you for your patience. Would you like to answer your question, please?
Good day, good day. So where do I even start? I was going through the news section, and that's really where I want to emphasize. So who I am. So by training and by degree, I'm a mechatronics engineer. So what we do is we emphasize with robotics, electronic software, and mechanical engineering. And the ideas that I have for Jamaica are, I would say, they are futuristic. I also would like to share those things with the region, but how do you deal with an environment or a culture that doesn't really welcome innovation? That's one of the things I always look into. Because what I'm doing, or what I want to do is, I would like to help reduce the food import bill because Jamaica imports about $3 billion worth of food. And that was in the first 6 months of last year. The addressable market for using technology in agriculture as of this year is about $25 billion. Should go to about 79 billion in 2030. But how do we, get people to, let this become the norm instead of always waiting 10, 20 years behind for that said innovation? That's one of my main issues with my ideas. I always think long term, and so I guess that always is an issue for persons.
Okay, so thank you for sharing, and that's actually very impressive as well. So I will have to come back to you, but there is I mean, you may be aware of it already, but I know in Jamaica there is a real interest around robotics and technology. What I saw, I can't remember which minister it was, but it was at the time I saw it, there was focused around the agriculture industry. But one of the things is to find out, like, look at the different ministers of like innovation or tech or and find out and again food as well, and find out, look at their like manifestos and find out where you can pitch your idea. Look also for competitions, whether that's local ones in Jamaica or international as well, because that's how you'll get the funding, you'll get the awareness, you'll get the interest to be able to, for somebody to invest in your idea. Before you do that, please look at patents and trademarks and copyrights to protect anything it is that you are putting out into the market, and also look into NDAs, which is non-disclosed agreements, I think that's what it stands for, which means that if you're going into conversations with people, they have to sign an agreement before that meeting, so they're not going to take your idea as they did. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it's not a bad idea, but I don't think it's something we're going to pursue. And then a year later, you'll see them killing the market with it. So be very, very careful, particularly in those areas. And for those areas, you will really need to look at legal counsel for that, because there's so many loopholes, particularly with AI taking over everywhere and just replicating everything. AI is literally the digital version of China, where China just copies every product that's available. AI copies absolutely everything in a digital landscape. So I would definitely not say it's impossible, but what I would do as well is raise awareness for yourself, do YouTube videos, do Instagram, really build up your brand, your visibility and your branding profile, and not again sharing the whole idea, but just sharing little snippets of the problem that you're solving. What is the problem that you keep seeing? Talk about it, talk about the impact of the solution that you have, and talk about your story, why that's even important to you. Talk about the resistance in terms of like the country that you're in. So all of these things, and don't do it as a moan either. Don't do it as like you're moaning about it, even though you may be talking about it. See it as like pros and cons, as more educational, because that's what gets the attention. Because when you do it as more like you're complaining about something, people see that as that person's just trying to create problems rather than come up with solutions. So that's what I would advise. It is a very tough market to crack, but it's not an impossible market. And with these, you have, with the area that you're in and you're looking at, it is really the future. So you've also got, it's almost like having the balance between that slow burn, but also the speed to come up with the idea, because things are moving so quickly that someone else will come up with your idea in a different way, and they'll have the money and the environment of people around them to back it. So again, which is why I say set up platforms where you can share this information. That is really key. That's what is going to get you out there, and just give lots of like different ideas, come up with little prototypes and that type of thing. Is that helpful, Simone?
Yes, it is. To expound on your points, yes. So I've gathered a team. So it's myself and other classmates who already graduated who did the same degree. We also considered the NDAs and the non-competes, because, as you say, if you tell the wrong person, the idea is gone in a flash.
Yeah.
We also worked on the what we think we want to address to the market in 3 different segments and so on. But I didn't consider the whole even though we don't have much or even start as yet, like the whole marketing aspect, because you spoke about that a bit. So yeah, I think the answers were really, really, really helpful.
And I love the idea as well of like being a team, having a team of graduates. Again, we're just going back to the newspaper, which I'm glad that you felt was relevant. But your brand story, your background, as Pastor Jump even mentioned again about Facebook, it started off with friends at university. Again, you're friends now. I'm telling you, you put contracts in place between each of you as well, because money talks and money causes lots of problems. So I can't stress. You might all be like, oh no, we're okay, we'll split this. People are going to find external things that they're going to be interested in, and they're not going to have put that time in. So all of a sudden you're going to be like, well, I know we said 50-50, but actually you've only put in like 5%, which doesn't really equate to the amount of work everyone else is contributing. So you need to, one, put those contracts in place. But again, that brand story with graduates, that would be powerful in itself. So share a lot of your story, 50% on the story and 50% break it up in terms of information, impact, history, problems that you're solving, and do it that way. Honestly, people will absolutely love it. But be consistent.
Yeah. I would just like to add just to that some more. I think everything that you got there is just about you implementing it. And the most important thing I will say to you, because of the purpose and what we just covered there, I'm going to answer the question in relation to the purpose. You have a real why in why you're doing it, and we can tell just by listening to you. So I can literally hear the pain in your voice. I can hear everything. You need to brand yourself and your team and make yourself visible in the algorithm, because guess what? Apart from just Jamaica and having the help from Jamaica, there's people that's abroad that will also see what you're trying to do and invest in you. So you don't just have to do. So this is where social media comes in. And a message was, how do we earlier, how do we manipulate the algorithm? So I'll give everyone one strategy here. If you look at everything that's viral within your niche and you think that you can speak on it, so far, some of you sound quite knowledgeable of your field and your industry. What you want to do, you want to take a clip of the viral videos that's going and just talk about it. Talk about it. Why is it bad? Viral videos that's going in Jamaica or wherever, or you see something going by, and educate people on it. What will happen is that the algorithm will start sending more people within the location of Jamaica that are interested in these stuff to you. And that will create a lot more visibility and a lot more reach that will expand across to even investors in Jamaica. And that's how you will be showing up, and you'll be the number one or the go-to person. So when people go to events, go to where you know that these investors, people that want to make changes within Jamaica, go there, make yourself be known. And while you're going there, also make sure you take pictures, videos, and post them up that you're at this event. Make yourself known.
Yeah, network is key.
Everyone. If you believe in what you're doing and you know that's the purpose and that's something that you really want to do, make yourself known. While you make yourself known, people will know, because people want to know if they can trust you and like you to even invest in you. And especially as a project that is going to require such a financial backing, that investor just want to know that they can talk to you. So more than ever, you want to be going to events because you want to have a real human-to-human interaction with investors so that they can really trust you and see exactly who you are, what you're about, and then these touch points that you're doing, which is going to be your social media content, that will keep reminding them of who you are. And I'll leave it there. Was that helpful?
Absolutely, absolutely. I definitely know where we can begin now, because honestly,
Right.
we're considering those aspects in our mind. We just wanted to get a prototype and then reach out. But I think there's a similar company that did building from scratch, so starting out from zero, and it documented everything until it became successful. And that was kind of the case study for everybody else to really say, okay, yeah, we trust this brand. So yeah, lovely points. Thank you.
No worries.
You're
Thank you.
welcome. And as Patricia said earlier, success leaves clues. So yes, definitely look at what somebody else has done, how it worked for them, and use that as your blueprint going forward. Okay, right. Did we want to have, we're going to go into the second section. Did you want a 5-minute break so you can grab a drink, maybe take a comfort break and then come back? Or do you want us to just continue, keep going? Don't want anyone to miss out. What do you suggest, Pastor?
Yes, break.
Okay. No
All
problem.
right. All right. So the question is how long? So you want about, as you said, 5 minutes?
3 minutes, yeah.
That's okay. I
And
wouldn't know.
you can get to refresh and have your little sip of water.
Yeah.
All right, 5 minutes. Yeah, because some persons are locked in and they want to stay, right? And yeah, so we give it a 5, and then we can think. Yeah, man, cool.
Everybody start thinking of questions. Can't think because we're going to run through this part quite quickly because we're conscious of the time. Again, we're going to give you another worksheet anyway, so you can take away and finish it. But yeah, come with your questions. We think questions are so much more valuable as well than us talking at you. Okay.
I challenge everyone to just ask whatever is on your mind, because I was in a space as well where I didn't even actually know what I wanted to do. So even for those individuals that are not sure, like come on and say, oh, you're not sure. And we can actually go through things because we have the experience to basically kind of guide you. And hopefully you can start seeing that some people that's been on here is already getting value. So just put yourself out there in an uncomfortable position. You may not like Zoom, may not be coming onto Zoom a lot, but just put yourself out there, guys, because the more you give is the more you get, right? And to whom much is given, much is required. So just give, and trust me, even you just being bold and coming up front, you're going to encourage other individuals to come. And we want to create leaders, not followers. So everyone here is a leader. So just come on with your question. Doesn't matter. No question is silly. So just come and ask, because we were at that stage as well. And this is why we're trying to make sure that we are here being relatable to our own, so we can give the knowledge and wisdom and advice that is required.
All right, I have another one. Oh, it's me again. What are the qualities you pick for team members? Because I call them team members who want to be a part of your companies.
Okay, so I think first of all, rather than just the qualities, I think just top level, always make sure you know exactly what it is that you want them to do, and you already have done it. So that's the first thing, because really when you're employing somebody to come a part of your team, there's a role and a responsibility that they need to do and that they need to have. And if they're coming on part of your team, what problem that you're trying to solve within the team? So do they fit? Do they have the problem? And then when you go into the qualities, you really want to think about, do they fit with the culture of what it is that you believe, of your ethics, your values? These are the things that you want to be thinking around. And normal times, when you're interviewing individuals, try to go for more. In fact, I recommend go for 4 or 5 different people for the same role and interview them all, because you will see different varieties of different personalities across the board. And a good trip is give a personality test to most people, because that will tell if you can work with those individuals or not.
Yeah, I would also say as well, just make sure they understand your vision as well. Understand what your end goal is. What is it that you're striving to grow your business to? What is the end goal? And make sure they understand their role and responsibility in enabling that vision to happen. And once you get somebody locked into your vision from the get-go, and as Patricia said about the values, you'll have the perfect team for a while, because everyone evolves and grows in different ways. But just make sure you're also evolving with your team. Understand what drives them, and if they tell you career development drives them, don't have them in the same role where they're not constantly learning and developing, because they've said to you what it is that they require. And if you don't give it to them, it's having someone on your team is two-way. You have to facilitate their needs as well as they're facilitating yours. So it's very important that you're making sure you meet their needs for them to stay long-term. And there's nothing better than having long-term members of your team. Hope that helps.
All right. So thank you so much for sharing that out there. We have a hand that's up, but just before we go to the hand, I just want to draw your attention to a link that was placed in the chat. So if you want to be a part of our youth business directory, you can always just click on it, and then we just want to get some information as we seek to make you more visible. So we want, after we get the names, we would love to publish this directory with just the name of your business and also your contact details. The other details that we are asking for will remain private, but we would want to share those minor details with the rest of the diaspora, so persons can invest in your business as we take this journey together. And we're excited to be a part of this success journey that you are on. We're going to start the second segment. We're going to pause and have a word of prayer for a request that was placed in the chat. But now that we're just reasoning with each other, we can go to Headshots Jamaica and Roy and Campbell in that order. Thank you.
And just before the headshots, Jamaica, I just want to say on that point about the directory, I have to commend you, Pastor, because you are absolutely on point and on it. And I really do love that. I can't stress how important and valuable this directory will be to see all the other businesses. Again, see them as your network, your collaboration. These are other business owners in the diaspora. You need to come together, see where one person is offering a service that you can leverage, that you can partner with, and then you've got a bigger offer to present to your clientele. So it honestly is key. So make sure you all jump on that. Over to you, Headshots. And can you tell us your name? Keep calling you Headshots. Apologies.
Yeah, thank you, Anand.
That's okay. So my name is Raquel Barrett, and yeah, founded Headshots Jamaica. I just want a general, what would you suggest, or what if you were starting this business, how would you go about it? How would you get a lot of clients through the door? How would you market stuff like that? That's general suggestions that I could possibly use. So that's just the general question here.
Your Headshots business, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me at it. Okay, so so one of the things I actually also did Raquel. Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's it. Raquel. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. One of the things I actually used to do photography within church as well, and the PA system and all of it, you name it. I've pretty much set up a business or done something in it. And the mindset is in terms of what it is that you're trying to do, there is thinking about, first of all, the problem that you want to solve. Of course, you've named one, but you need to list down what type of problems that you are seeing within the marketplace that needs to be solved around facial shots, right? So one of the things that you could be thinking about is bios, how people show up on their LinkedIn, on their social media. Like there's so many things with just an image of your face that you can solve that problem. So you're creating different services just with the same skill set, right? So I would say for you to go to a mentor, but I think you'll be able to do this without having to go to a mentor. The only thing I probably will say with that is just connect with different people that are doing similar things online and watch what they do and go into their communities so that you can learn from it. So if I had to go about it, I'll get a mentor, whether it's virtual mentor or whether it's somebody that's done it before. But with my understanding of the photography industry and what is required within the online space, most people need headshots that are professional, and some people don't want to they themselves don't want to take pictures. So you can actually create their own AI that looks similar to them, but you have to find the right AI tool to position it. And these are all services. So what you really have to do is to pinpoint the problem, as you already did, but look at all of the different services that you can provide all the way through, not just taking pictures because you can take pictures, but there's also AI tools that can also generate headshots, or even a avatar that can talk in avatar that can be good, and then you can provide those services. And then those services can literally be virtual, where you provide them online through Fiverr or through Upwork or all these other different platforms, because there's a lot of people that don't even have a banner on their social media platform. So these are things that you could do, and that will solve a problem because most people just don't understand it. And another tip, the images that you're doing, what you want to do, you want to make sure you understand how to add keywords to those images. So when you add keywords to those images and they post them, something amazing happens in the algorithm. So your pictures are going to be showing up in different places on the net because you've added a certain type of keywords to it. So when people go into the images part in Google, they will see these pictures. So when you are providing value to people, you can show them that you're not just taking pictures just for you to post there, but you are showing up in the algorithm. So guess what? When someone types in the name of the person and Google comes up with the result, then guess what? There's an image there with this person and their profession and their solution and what it is that they do. So these are things that you can literally do to actually do it. But going a little bit further down the line, when we get over into the other P's in the next session, I'm going to go a little bit more deeper into the whole marketing side of stuff, where you can use funnels to kind of drive more traffic to you. Is that helpful?
That was very helpful, and the fact that you could just roll that off the top of your head speaks to your experience. That was really great. Thanks a lot.
No problem.
And just
Ryan, go ahead.
well, actually, just adding to what Patricia said just about the AI as well, because AI is going to be a lot of your it's going to be a competitor to a lot of what you do. So it's about embracing it and finding a way to be able to offer that as a service in addition to what you do as well. Okay.
Good afternoon, guys. I just want to make a comment based on the gentleman who was talking about introducing technology to agriculture in Jamaica and some of the issues that you would have seen facing him by doing that. Just to say that you are very spot on where technology is concerned, because one of the things is that Jamaica as a country is a lot of years behind as it regards to farming technology and the implementation of technology in farming to produce yield and better yields and all of those stuff. So if you have such an idea, it is good for you now to try to start below that idea, because persons don't really just invest in an idea. If you don't put time and energy in your own idea in terms of creating prototypes and whatever else you need to create to actually show or to prove that this idea that you have can actually work to solve the problem, the importation bill that you're trying to reduce. If you don't have something tangible in place, it will be very difficult for you to get persons to buy into simpler concept or an idea. It is good for you to first, investors in general. I'm what you classify as a serial investor. I'm always looking for the next big thing to invest in. But what I look for is persons who come to the forefront with prototype, you can see where they would have put their foot forward in terms of they put out their investment money, they put out their funds ahead to start to try to build a prototype, even if they might not be successful with building that prototype, but they actually start something or start somewhere. A lot of persons you meet, they simple, yes, I have a very good idea and I would like somebody to invest in it, but nobody's going to invest in just an idea. You have nothing
Tangible.
You have nothing tangible, right? And as such, I would say to you, start to put something together, like a prototype, and to actually show. You sit with people like Rada, and Rada will take you into the agriculture ministry with your idea, and you can actually take it from there, because that is the route to solving such a global problem. And if your idea is really a good one, then I can tell you that it will be something that will be grabbed onto, because the agriculture ministry is currently looking for solutions like that to create more resilient farming in Jamaica to reduce the importation bill. It is a problem that the government has been having, and they're trying to solve it also. So you just need to start somewhere. Also, just to say, a lot of persons, and this is general, a lot of persons have business idea, but they don't quantify the idea. So in other words, when you ask a question, how much will it take for you to get this thing going, or how much, okay, this is your idea, how much do you want from an investor? You have no idea what it is you require to actually start this business, because you have not quantified the idea. If the business can't work on paper, it won't work in reality. That is the reality of business. So you need to put the business on paper, draft up a business plan. One of the most important documents you will ever learn to build is a business plan, because the business plan will show any investor or anybody take it up and looking at it. How exactly do you plan to run the business? What are the talents you're getting to put in the business? How do you plan to fund the business? The amount of funding you need, the potential profitability of the business, the term and the time it will take for the business to become profitable. All of that information will be laid out in the plan so that a person taking it up can actually see, okay, if I put $10-20 million in this business, then okay, I can expect a return in year 5, year 4, year 3, year what? You're solving a problem. The problem you can start to solve that social problem or whatever your business is aiming at a particular point in time. So these are just things I want, as you're going through this very important session, to just keep those key things in your mind, because I see a lot of questions popping up in the chat about investors. How do you approach investors? But you really can't approach investors without having something tangible. You don't approach an investor with an idea. That's it. It must be tangible and it must somewhat be quantifiable. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Rowan. That was amazing. People, you're hearing it directly from an investor as well. And one of the things as well, if Brickell didn't come up and speak, he would never have got a solution to his problem, but he wouldn't have got that further information from Rowan, which was critical for his next steps. So I can't stress to you enough the importance of just speaking, being visible. It doesn't matter what stage you are at. You know, we're not expecting you to have all the answers. That's why we're here, to support you. And sometimes we don't even have all the answers, but it's about starting. So please definitely show up. Thank you so much, Rowan. That was really helpful.
And I would love to just add to what for you to understand a person like Rowan. Rowan is Brickell ideal avatar. That's what we're talking about. You need to know the people, the person that you wanna serve. So you need to know the avatar. You need to understand their pain. You need to understand what it is that they are after. For an investor, right? As you just heard from him, his main thing is time. He ain't got time to waste. Come to me with something tangible and that makes sense, and he can go through his due diligence, and then he can then invest, right? He ain't got the time to go do the work for you. You need to have everything ready, because you need to understand a person that's an investor is looking for opportunities in multiple different places, and they are invested in multiple different things. So you need to be able to understand your role and responsibility with the solution that you're trying to provide to the world, and understand an investor's on characteristic, personality, and how it is that they move. So going up to them, you need to understand them. This is why you need to understand your avatar. You need to pinpoint your avatar, understand their pain points.
And their desires.
Honestly,
I wouldn't be, by the time Rowan finished talking, I would have already been in the DM connected. So Brickell, I hope that's what you've done already. This is an opportunity to network with people. Everybody has put, the majority of you, I hope it's the majority of you, but it's not even the majority actually. It was almost like a quarter or even like a third of you put your businesses and your handles in the chat. If you don't put what you're interested in or what you're currently doing, how will people know to reach out to you? How will they know to reach out to you, to collaborate, to ask more to invest in you, to ask more to support you? So I hope, one, that you are all definitely jumping on the directory that Pastor spoke about, but equally just looking at who's in the chat. I hope you're all on LinkedIn as well. You should be looking at who's in the, taking screenshots and connecting people with LinkedIn. Put your first names, surnames, business names on your profiles as well, so people know who they need to be connecting with as well. Okay. Right. So
we have one last question. I don't know, you're going to transition to the next segment. I'm just loving the energy. I'm loving, the vibe, everybody just connecting with each other, talking to each other. And that is the reason why we are here, right? I cannot, I don't know, my heart just feel nice. All right, so what I wanted to say, there's a question in the chat. I just want to bring this one forward. Good day, right? I do architectural drawings and graphic designs. I still feel as if I'm holding myself back in ways of expanding my brand and business, as time is not my friend because of my workload, right? What input or advice in this regard can I gain from you guys?
Okay, so I'll answer that. So there's a couple of things in there in terms of you talking about holding back. So firstly, I'd say if you go back to the questions that we answered earlier about your why and your purpose, time is rarely an issue, and it does depend on what it is you do. Time is rarely an issue when there's something that you love doing, because I guarantee everybody can find one spare hour a day. One spare hour, because you probably spend about 5 minutes 12 times a day just daydreaming. You can find 1 hour to focus on the direction you want to go. You can find 1 hour a day focusing on your goal. And even if that's 6 days, because we all need a day of rest, even that's 6 hours, and those 6 hours will total up over 52 weeks. So you need to set yourself a goal to say, what is it that I really want to do? But how badly do I want it? How hungry am I for this goal? Because I'm telling you this, as an entrepreneur, sometimes it can be like the lowest paid job because you're getting less than minimum wage, when you're coming up with your ideas and you're working towards it and you're putting in 20 hours worth of work. So you have to decide to yourself, what is it that you really want to, is it something that you really, really want to do? And then you will map out that time and work out what is it that you need to do within that time to reach that goal. And again, if it is the other thing, if it's just a confidence, if it's just a case of confidence, if it's just a case of actually, it's not that I don't want to do it, you're allowing your confidence to disarm you from even attempting to do your goal, then that's something you have to work on, is your mindset. But managing your time is also key. We talk about productivity all the time. We've got so many different productivity tools that you can actually do. But Rowan's come up with a good way as well. You can leverage other people's time as well. Mm-hmm. Get somebody else to do what it is. Some of the things that might take you too long. Say you're someone that charges, I don't know, say $200 an hour, just throwing a number out there. And then, but what you have to do is say $50 worth of work. So then find somebody else who's prepared to receive that $50, $100, and then you're saving your time, but you've got somebody else doing it for the cheaper than the labor that you would have done it for. So there's so many different ways. Honestly, time should never be a barrier for something that you want to do, because you can truly find that time. Time should never be a barrier. Skill set, if skill set is something that you're struggling with, you have to question, are you being a perfectionist, or is there really a lack of skill? If there is a lack of skill set, again, looking in a network, there's so many different communities, online communities, where you can, again, leverage that skill. Ask somebody else to do it, but exchange your skill set. Say if you're doing drawings and graphic design, somebody else might do copywriting for you, and you might exchange your skill set that way as well. Yeah, so hope that helps as well.
Definitely. I think the most also just on that part from at Denton Designs, I think one of the most important things, as Ryan started, is about delegation and also arbitrage. So understanding the importance of delegation and arbitrage for you would be quite important, because it doesn't seem as if you have a skills issue. It seems as if you just have a understanding of how to arbitrage, because not everything you need to do yourself, right? And of course, you already have an income coming job. So a lot of times when we are stressed or we are frustrated, it's coming from a place where we're just not happy with the structure of how things are going. Because I guarantee you, if you had a business running and operating smoothly, and you were still doing this and understanding how you're delegating your work and things are moving in a good direction for you, you wouldn't feel like that. So I would just say, just to understand how to arbitrage and get people that can actually fulfill for you, so that that side of the business is moving and you don't have that frustration with investing your time in work or somewhere else that you know that you're not going to spend most of your time, and you actually love doing the business, graphic design, and everything else that you do. So that is the main focus on understanding how to delegate and arbitrage.
Hope that was helpful. So a hand up. I think that's oh yeah, Latoya, did you want to unmute yourself and ask your question? Hope that was helpful for you, Dunton.
Good evening. Good afternoon. I must say, wonderful presentation thus far. I was on at the initial stage, but when I got on so far, I've been really enjoying the presentation, some very informative information. But I wasn't really going to ask any question, but following up to the question that was asked 3 times. For me now, I have a full-time job and I go to school. I'm a chef by profession. I'm going to school now too. From time to time, what you say, a side hustle. I realize that I'm an individual who can just think about many things. I've tried several things, done natural product, air product, and so forth. Also does catering service. Recently did catering service for Scotia, and they're in awe. But for me now, the challenge is because of work, school, and other responsibility, I do not have the time to balance it out. So I might often get catering service, or people may want me to do things, but I just have to say no. And I'm a vegetarian also, but I cook non-vegetarian meal. We have this little thing, my husband and I, on every third Sabbath evening, we have an event that is called Hudson's Game and Sip. We do pure vegetarian meals and game and all of that, and people love it. But it's seasonal, so we pause in December, resuming now back in February. But that is for me. How do you streamline? And also another aspect which is very important is the administrative aspect. So I realize that that part tend to get less attention, so you're not able to track everything in terms of your spending and expensive because of busy and all of that. What advice would you give to me?
Okay. Did you want to? Okay. Yeah, I think it sounds like you are finding like pockets of time and doing quite well. But I think it got
You're
also
breaking up.
I'm breaking up.
Yes.
Go ahead. You're working you better now.
Okay, now let me know. Okay, so one of the
Yes,
things.
I'm hearing you.
Okay, perfect. One of the things I would definitely recommend is sometimes you can just be the middle person. So it could well be that people know what you do, so they're going to come to you and say, oh, we need catering for X. And you can, instead of doing the work yourself, you can refer somebody else, but you can give the job to somebody else and you can take commission. You could say, okay, I'm going to give you this job to do on my behalf, but I'm going to take 30% commission. Now that person wouldn't have had that 70% if you hadn't of introduced them to doing it. And that's also a very good way to make money, by just doing referrals and recommendations to people, and then just make it, and then just taking a commission from it. And in fact, by even doing that, you can actually build your business model. So you can actually have a business where you can offer catering services, and anybody that books up through you you just take 30%. So it's almost like you're working as a recruitment agency. So that is one way where the time, and that means you now have, because you're not spending your time cooking, you're not spending your time traveling with food and serving or delivering. What it means is you now have time to do that small amount of admin, which is booking the people and just doing all the numbers to make sure that the clients are happy, the people that you've subcontracted are also happy. Would that work for you in terms of the limited time that you have?
Yes, to some extent, because I know, you'd have to get people who will do it at certain, what should I say, a certain way. Because you have some standard and some touch that, definitely the client may want. You might not be able to find someone who may provide that aspect that you definitely know that you will provide. So that might be a limit. I understand what you're saying, and I really believe that's a good option. But then when it comes on to some aspect of things as well, it might not be feasible. But in general, that's really a good.
But also, so getting the quality people, because it's your brand, so that is very key and important. But you also have to determine, are you hesitant because of how you do things versus how they do things? And it's like looking at their reviews, and it's also again about you're never going to ask somebody who's just does catering. Oh, I know somebody done catering. I've got no experience of what they do. You're going to go with somebody that's a tried and tested service, something that you've tried and tested and that you're happy with. It's not a case of volume. It's more and quantity. It's more a case of quality at this stage. But don't have that conflict with perfection and progression. That you're looking for that perfection because that's what you do, compared to progressing the business to where it needs to go, and you receiving that income plus that customer receiving the desired service that they need. Yeah.
Yes, that's good. That's a good point. Noted. Thank you for that.
Well, I would just add that from another point of view is you seem to be a person that has a lot of spinning plates, as we would call it. But what you want to do is to go for the kingpin. And the kingpin, what I mean by the kingpin is understanding what is the main thing that you can focus on or you can put your energy in that actually can give you a lot more return on your investment. Return on investment could be capital, return on investment could mean your time. So realistically, these all different services and things that you do, which you have your hands in a lot of pies, you need to look at the one that's giving you the most profit and that's making you the most money. And all of the other small ones you can arbitrage out, you can delegate out, you can refer them to other partners of yours, but keep the one that is actually a lot more income for yourself and that can actually help you to create things and make things move a lot faster. That way you can focus on the most important thing, because less is more. Rather than thinking more is more, less is more. So scale back and just think about your kingpin. Yeah.
All right, so
Great. Thank you very much.
So there's a question I want to ask. At this rate, I'm not even sure if we'll start the next segment because the questions are just coming. But the question I want to ask though, Althea and Patroy, is when do you know, right? When you need to make that move. And when I'm saying make that move, I mean moving from 9 to 5, which is security, right, toward actually starting your own thing, right? It's a very scary process. And I'm getting that from the chat where persons are employed in different businesses and they're working a 9 to 5 and they have a side hustle or a passion that they're working on. But when does your side hustle become the main and only thing that you do? What are the what they call it again, the signs that we should be looking for to tell us that it is time.
So one thing I will always let everyone understand here is you don't need to give up your job to actually have a business. You don't need to give it up straight away. I think you should always make sure your overheads are being realistic. We're in a realistic world. So cover everything. But what you do need to do, and I'll get straight to the point that Pastor just asked, is make sure, guys, you invest that time. So there's nights where I finish late after coming from the shop or coming from different jobs, and I go in and I'm studying all the way up until 1 o'clock. All of this knowledge and wisdom didn't just pour down into me like that. I had to study nights on ends to understand marketing, to understand the systems, to understand how to navigate the UK system. So guys, you're gonna have to put the work in before, and that will lead you up until you will start feeling competent about where you are within your knowledge, and now that you can actually go out and actually execute. And at the same time, while doing the work, find those things that can actually, you can get passive income from, that you can now say, okay, what you're aiming for, first of all, you're aiming to get back your time. So what you're aiming for is to set up passive income streams or income streams that you can now earn back your time. So one, if you have a great job and your job is paying you actually quite good amount of money, and you know you can actually cut down more time and go part-time, that's an option. Scale it back so you can have more time to then invest in what you really want to do. Yes, you're going to lose out on money, but now you're actually investing in yourself. And investing in yourself meaning take the time off to then study the things you need to study, or to upskill yourself in the areas you need to upskill yourself in, because you know that you'll have a good paying job and you can actually go part-time with that job and still invest the time. Other individuals that may not have that option because the finances are really tight and you still have to work 9 to 5, you're just gonna have to put a lot more effort in creating income streams that's gonna replace it fully, because that's where we're trying to go. We're trying to gain back our time. Once you're in those places, then that's what it is. But also not to mention those individuals that got forced into a position where they become redundant and they don't have any, the job has got rid of them, and you already have a skill already. You just have to go out there and network as much as possible, because then when you start networking and you start creating those contacts and the contracts start coming in, now you start planning. So what you need to do is to start mastering yourself in how to project manage. Because there's habits, guys, and programmings that you need to rewind so that you can be in the mindset of a business owner. It don't just happen just like that. So there's a mind shift that needs to happen. You can do it while you're doing bits. You can do it while you're working for others. And if, of course, you're in a position and you know you're a very motivated person, then you can actually do it knowing that for 100%, I'm not working back for anyone else, and you just focus. Because in the days that we're living in now, our attention span is so short. And because our attention span is so short, once we finish work or finish doing whatever, everything else in life is amazing. We want to enjoy life. So guess what? We don't want to invest in ourselves anymore. Right? School is finished. It's kind of like that mentality. But one thing I will definitely say, create a habit of upskilling yourself, because once you're upskilling yourself, that's going to give you the confidence and the competence to then make that move. No one is going to tell you that. You're going to know that for yourself.
And I would also add, there's a couple of things that Victoria mentioned. One about the mindset shift. When I first left my 9 to 5, I didn't have a plan, which is one of the things you definitely need to have. And I thought to myself, what I did was I started doing freelance contracting work. So I was doing that for a couple of years, which actually is not a bad route to take. After I left my 9 to 5 as in regular work, then did the contracting for a couple of years, and then decided to set up my project management consultancy. What I didn't realize was when I was freelancing and contracting, I was really doing this through lots of agencies. I was already in the field. I had a massive network. So people were like referring me all the time. So I was never really out of work. When I stepped out on my own, I realized that I had to start marketing myself. I couldn't just sit there and expect people to just call me up and say, oh, Alfie, we've got a job we need you to work on. So you really have to get into the idea of that you have to put yourself out there. You have to overcome that fear and do it. You have to do it. And as well, even when we was talking about the investor side of things as well, having that proof of concept of actually this works and this is the impact that people get is a really good selling point for you as well in terms of your product or service. But in terms of like, when is it ready to leave that 9 to 5? I can't stress enough how important it is to have a plan. So whether you say to yourself, okay, I'm going to give myself 6 months, even give yourself a year, I would make sure, if you say you're giving yourself 12 months, you might be saying to yourself, oh, 12 months, oh, I want to leave now. I guarantee you, without a plan, this time next year, you'll still be sitting in the same position with no plan and still no closer to leaving, because you will have no capital that you've built up. You will have had no audience that you've looked into in terms of who's going to want your product or service. So spend the time, especially when you're thinking about leaving a 9 to 5, it normally means that you've exhausted the job and you're sitting there like, I know this like the back of my hand. When you're in a job that you know like your back of your hand, that is the perfect time to use to be upskilling yourself. Maybe even ask the workplace to upskill you in particular areas as well if you've been there a long time. But definitely have a plan. Use that time. Someone mentioned about mission statement and vision and what you can do beyond that in terms of surveys. So surveys are your market research. So that is key. So who is going to buy your product and service? If you're selling something and it has plateaued, business has slowed down, maybe you need to start looking at your marketing messages. Maybe you need to go back to do some research with your customers. If you've had existing customers, go back and ask them, why did they buy in the first place? If it's a product that you can upsell, then it's so much easier to resell to existing customers than it is to find new customers. But use that time in your 9 to 5 to upskill, to research who your customers are, to start doing small amounts of marketing as well. Really test the waters to see who will buy. And someone put in the comments earlier when Petroy was talking about like your closed power base in terms of sometimes your family and friends don't want to buy from you. And this is very true. Use them as like your springboard to start with, but don't, and again, they will give you your proof of concept. They'll give you those reviews and testimonials that you need, but don't rely on them because you haven't gone in business for them to make you money. And they're not going to want to keep giving you all of their money unless you really have a viable product that's necessary for them. But yeah, so have a plan, upskill, and make sure you have that mindset shift, understanding no one is gonna, you turn up at your 9 to 5, someone's gonna put work on your desk and say, that's what you need to do. And that's not gonna happen when you've got your own business. You have to go out and do the grind every day. If you're sick, you don't get paid. So that's why that passive income that Petroy spoke about is equally important as well. 7 streams of income is also the ideal.
Yeah, and this sets us up perfectly to go into the second part of the session, which is going to be around partnership. And around partnership, you really need to understand like this is going to be your key. So when Pastor asks that question with when we need to know to make that shift, sometimes you don't even know it yet. But because you found a mentor or a coach, they can keep you accountable because they've been on, especially a mentor, they've been on the journey before you and they know exactly the steps to take, then they can say, hey, you know what, you're here now. Or hey, you know, you need to make this move now. So a lot of times we are relying on ourselves. And what does the Bible tell us? Lean not on in our own understanding, right?
Two is better than one.
Exactly. And not just that, another part of the scripture that talks about two is better than one, rather than actually thinking you are the only person and you just think about your own way of thinking. So everyone just need to understand, like, partnerships are amazing, but we're going to touch on what partnership is going into the slides. But just to stop here and close off the purpose section and everything in the first section, the mindset shift now that everyone needs to have is understanding everyone is programmed in society to just do things and to just be a part of the general public and go and do 9 to 5. It helps, of course, but you need to understand where you are at. You're moving into another different dimension, and that's where your mind shift needs to come in. There's a real shift here with coming into being a business owner. Because if you think about it, as you were going to school, what happens into the classrooms, into studies, into everything? The teachers set curriculums and they set tasks, or otherwise known as tasks. While you're there, you execute on them. And if you think about it, guys, is that not the same thing that you do within inside most jobs? You go to action something because the company already know what they want to be done. So they employ you to come in and action things. This is why
We are just moving laptops, bear with us.
Oh, it sounded like something fell out or dropped.
We're here.
First. Oh, you're back in. Okay, great. All right. So, you want us to just have that prayer and then you guys can just continue with the segment while they set up?
Yeah.
Okay, bear with
All
me.
right.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. So
Sorry about
while
that.
you're settling, I can just do the prayer and
Oh,
we
yes,
can
please.
start.
Sorry about the
Yeah.
prayer. Apologies about that. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So just to add some context, there was a request that was placed in the chat for a friend of one of our attendees who is missing at this time. So we want to just pray for him. His name is Kevin Walker. And even as I pray, I'd want you to pray in your heart for his safe return. Let's pray. Father in heaven, we want to thank you so much for this opportunity that you have given us, dear God, to improve ourselves, to learn, to prepare for the future, and also to grow. But even as we are here in this seminar, we have been informed that there is a certain individual, Mr. Kevin Walker, who is missing at this time. We don't know his situation. We don't know what's happening. But God, we know that you know all things. There's nothing that is hidden in this world, in this universe, that you do not know of. While we may be limited, dear Father, by our understandings and the geography, you are not limited. So therefore, dear God, we ask that you will be with him wherever he is. You know his family is concerned about him. We pray, dear God, that you will bring him back and you will help us, dear God, to have this testimony of your goodness and your grace. As we proceed with the rest of this initiative today, we ask that you will continue to guide us, educate us, strengthen us, equip us for the future as we seek to be better stewards for you and be prepared to add value to the lives of others. We thank you in a special way for Althea and Patroy, and we pray that you will continue to inspire them as they inspire us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much.
All right. So
Okay, I was going to suggest, since we've only got about 15 minutes, I thought we could probably touch on the partnerships rather than bring in the business plan. I think Pastor's just going to have to bring us back for another session if you all agree. And we would cover the business plan then. But I think it's probably, you touched on the mentoring and the partnership side of things. So maybe if we go into that in more details, and then if you have any questions around that, or indeed your business ideas, again, in terms of starting up, how you can start up, what direction you might want to go with some of these ideas, now would be the time to ask. But we'll touch on the partnership. Thank you, Ananda. We will touch on the partnership side of things.
okay. So yes, let's go through the presentation to the partnership side. I think that will be helpful.
Okay, bear with me. I'm going to change the laptop so I can just make sure I've got the right.
So you'll take questions after your presentation?
You can ask now in the time.
You can ask a question now while I'm loading up the slides. If someone
Okay,
has a
thanks for the opportunity. I actually would like to become business partners with you, because actually I do think that what you have, businesses in Jamaica are lacking those skill sets. And I am somebody who have an eye out for success. So what I'll do is, as you said, don't give you all my ideas, is to just make the link that connects the people to you, so you can give them the training, and you pay me for giving you those leads.
There you go.
Honestly,
That's how it works.
Did you hear that? And if Eva, was that you, Eva? Let me just check.
Yes, it is.
I couldn't see who I was on the other screen. Yeah, you see, I think that is these are the things. These are the opportunities that you all should be grasping. You see an opportunity and you just grab it. You make the suggestion. So we'll have a conversation and see how that might work, Eva. So thank you. Please do share your details, and we'll definitely have a conversation. I think I came to Jamaica at the end of last year, and it was very much about coming and for us to be able to build entrepreneurs in Jamaica and offer that as a business support. But also, we know that we can't do it on our own. We also, not just because we're remote, but because the island's so big and there's so many different demands, and there's so many different cultural ways of how things are done, and so many different agencies that also need to be involved as well. So it's so important for it to be a collective and collaborative effort. So we are more than open to having that conversation. So thank you so much, Eva, for bringing that up.
Okay, you're welcome. I could just drop my email address in there so we could take it from there.
Yes, please do.
Definitely.
Thank you.
And our contact details will be at the end of the slides as well, for you to connect on LinkedIn and on your social media platforms that you wish.
Okay.
All right. So I just wanted to touch here, guys, like nothing here is planned, and a lot of times like you all need to just move with just how God moves and God directs you. As you all heard, if you was on the call earlier, this is a free event, and we're just passionate and just love what we do, and just know the problem that is surrounding our country, and we have positioned ourselves into different spaces here that we can learn from different people. So there's a lot of investment that we've done within ourselves individually and also together as partners, not to mention our teams as well. So this is just a reality of what life is, guys. It's just, you need to be visible. You need to put yourself out there. And this is why we are saying and encouraging everyone to get off of camera sometimes and or put your whatever, be active, because if you're not active, people are not going to be able to see and know exactly what it is that you do and know how to connect the problem with the solution. Just like Eva did. She was able to connect the problem with the solution. And just like Rohan did as well earlier, he saw that some people don't understand what an investor needs. He came on and he explained. So guys, this is when you just need to keep an eye out and be diligent to understand what's happening around you. Just be free, just allow yourself to just go into those uncomfortable moments that you can then put yourself, because this is what we do. We literally do this so that we can impact and change people's life. At the moment, you are all, of course, having us present to you, but this is one of the reasons why this is just one angle of the whole ecosystem that we have. Because apart from telling you all of these stuff, we have our own systems in the back end that can actually execute these stuff. Because a lot of times people speak, but they don't know actually how to give you a done with you service or a done for you service. So if everyone should kind of put their mind into a position where at this moment in time, we're giving you a do-it-yourself service. So most coaches, most consultants, what you see them doing, they're providing you a do-it-yourself service because they're telling you what you need to do. And then you have to go out and implement it. Now for us, we have created an ecosystem around a done with you service and a done for you service. So that's pulling the whole 360 solution in one place. Apart from just teaching, we actually execute with system, we execute with things to that nature. Yeah? So now we're gonna go over into partnership. Hopefully everyone can see partnerships.
Can you see our slide?
Please put a 7 in the chat if you can see the slides.
So we don't share the slides, but you are more than welcome to take screenshots of the slides. And a lot of the information is really in the workbook, which we don't normally do, but you know, this is the heart of how God has pressed on us to supply the worksheets to you. So please do utilize those workbooks.
Okay, ready?
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's go. All right, guys. So partnerships. So we got 3 areas within partnership, and the first one is network. The second one is accountability, and the third one is mentors. Now, what I want to do, I'm going to change up the whole structure of how we're going about this right now, and we're going to go into a very interactive session. And I want everyone to, for example.
Okay, you got the screen split as well. Okay, let's see if we can change that. Let's see if we can just get rid of us on this one. So we've changed because we've changed the laptop, all of a sudden it's not giving us the nice options that we're used to. Bear with me a moment. Go, Joe, you can keep talking.
All right, so what I would like just everyone to just think about network. Why is network importance within partnership?
No.
Still the same.
Yeah, we're getting there. We are getting there.
Is that a question?
Yes. Well, yes, you can answer it until we fix the screen. Yeah. What does everyone think about network? You want to come off mute? You can say. You want to, Eva?
Maybe some skill sets that you are lacking, and in order for you to fill that demand that you would have had as your pet peeve there, I think you need to find people with like minds with different skills in order to have that global village that you would like to create. That's why networking is important.
Okay, great. Anyone else?
Yes, I believe it also provide an avenue for opportunities for you on different level, whether it be professional, individually, or in your business. And also you may be able to even find mentor. So network is very important. It helps you to meet the right or wrong person too.
Definitely. Amazing. Thank you for that. Anyone else?
For me, networking helps you to reduce the time that you can learn painful lessons as like a beginner. So when somebody has that knowledge already, you can ask them directly. It's a massive benefit.
100%. 100. Anyone else?
I think networking is to gather the right people into your net who you can work with and who can work with you.
Definitely. Totally. All right. Anyone else? All right.
Can you see the screen?
Can everyone see the screen now?
Can you see the screen that we're sharing, that is?
Yes, we are seeing it.
The presentation, yeah?
And can you not see us? We're not,
Yes,
we're
we
not,
are seeing you. We're seeing you.
we're not double, like it's not a split screen.
It's perfect now. It's perfect.
Okay, amazing.
Thank you. All right. We need to come.
No, that's fine. We just can't see it.
Pull it down.
There we go. That's permission.
Okay.
No, but I mean,
All right, guys. So yeah, so around networking. So yes, everything that everyone just spoke about is definitely 100% correct. But what the main thing here is to understand is how important a network is. And we have a saying, especially this is one of my favorite sayings: "Go where you're celebrated, not where you're tolerated." So in that sense and that quote, the reason why that is the case is because if you think about even the journey you're on now, a lot of times it can be so it feels like you're by yourself, lonely, right? And entrepreneurship is a very lonely journey a lot of the time. So what you actually want to do, you actually want to find groups and networks of people that you can surround yourself with that have the similar mindset and all of the above that everyone just came on earlier and actually touch on and give their description and their understanding of what networking is. Because they always say a network is your net worth. So the more and the powerful your network is the more opportunities that you're going to be able to have around, right? And as you said, people help people. So the more people you go out there and meet and tell them what it is that you do, this is going to be very powerful and this is going to leverage you to the areas and position that you want to be within your business. Yeah? So that's the first point. I don't know if you want to touch on anything around networking.
yeah, just in terms of just showing up when you're networking, I think it's so key. I think the one thing that you need to remember is to be memorable. People come into contact with people all the time at these networking events. People either trying to sell to them or introduce who they are. And there's two things. One, be memorable, but two, never go with the intention to sell. Go with the intention to listen. Go with the intention to learn what is it that people want. And you could be, say, a content creator, for example, or even let's go for somebody in the room who is opening up a restaurant or has a restaurant. So instead of going to a networking event with other restaurant owners there, you might want to go to an event where you might be going to like a wedding event, for example, or you might go to an event where it's pure corporate clients, for example, because then you're going to stand out as the only one in the room that has got a restaurant business, and then you might sell your catering ideas or opportunity for them to come and have business lunches or business meetings at your restaurant rather than being in competition with the rest of the room. However, there's going to be times when you're going to want to network with people who are in the same industry as you, because then you get to learn about the new insights within that industry and the new trends. So when you're go with the mindset to learn more about what maybe your competitors or people within your industry are doing, or go with the mindset to also collaborate as well. Find out what are the problems that people are facing and the problems that you and yourself can provide. But I always say, and it sounds like a bit far-fetched, but You know, you want to stand out. When you step into the room, you want to be noticed. That I could be wearing like a bright red hat. Every time you go networking to a particular industry, you're always going to be wearing that bright red hat. So they're going to be like, oh, who's that person with that bright red hat again? Oh yeah, I remember you now. You know, but also the key is in the follow-up. If you take somebody's business card or you take their email or any details, or you say you're connecting with them on LinkedIn, for example, always follow up, same day, 24 hours maximum. Oh, hi, we met at this event, really enjoyed what you were saying about X. It's really great to connect with you. You know, so they just remember and just follow up with them every couple of months, just check in with them, see how they're doing. If they've written a post on LinkedIn, make sure you're commenting on it. Before you, remember, when it comes to business, people need to know, like, and trust you before they exchange any money with you. So it's about building up relationships. I see networking as an opportunity to connect with people and build those relationships. Sometimes you have what someone needs and that transaction will happen quickly, even instantly. But other times, it's sometimes you're in it for the long run. So be patient with the journey.
Amazing. So networking, just to even give an overall view on understanding networking, even below where you can see accountability and also mentors, all of that is being done through networking. Because you're going to have to put the time in to find an actual mentor, which is going to be able to keep you accountable with what you need to do for yourself, for your business, and just exactly achieving those goals that you set for yourself. But now that we've touched on networking, now we're going to go into accountability. So what I want, just as before, a couple of people come off mute and just tell us what do they understand of accountability.
Taking responsibility for your action.
Amazing, thank you. Anyone else?
I would say being aware of who you are and how to improve that.
Yep, definitely. Next.
In terms of business, accountability, one is you're accountable to your customer or your client. They have paid you to complete a service or provide us a good or whatever, and you are now accountable to them to provide under the terms of the contract or whatever it is that you supply, and to do it to the best of your ability. Yeah.
Most definitely. Next.
Well, also, you touch on the business aspects. I would say, as a business owner too, if you have employee, you are also accountable to them to ensure that you're working in a conducive working environment, and also that you pay them once for their labor.
Most definitely. Anyone else? All right, amazing. So having integrity, most definitely. All right. So just to go a little bit more deep, so everything that everyone says, those are all definitely good observation and definitely good things about why we should be accountable in more than one ways. And accountability is basically setting a standard for yourself and understanding that those standards that you set for yourself, especially whereas you're doing a business, because a business is there to serve people. So of course you need to be accountable to these individuals that you're serving, because of course when you're doing a business, there's a problem that you're solving. And because there's a problem that you're solving, you need to keep yourself accountable, because of course the journey to solve the problem sometimes can be actually quite difficult and hard, and it may not be smooth a lot of the times, but it's your job to keep yourself accountable to make sure that process is as smooth as possible for the other person that you're solving the problem for. So it's very important to understand accountability from so many different areas around within business, and also understanding like the pain really behind it and why you really hold yourself accountable. And this is going back all the way back to your purpose, which is tied in on accountability that you need to have, because of course there's such a pain there that you know that you want to serve these people, you know that there's a massive problem there, but you should be all sold all out for it because you want to make sure you solve these problems regardless of how you get yourself into positions. I mean, everything that we are speaking about now is something that we consistently do, and hopefully you know can pick us up by our genuinity online. But even being here, things are attracting to us by us being visible, by us having a purpose, by us really have that drive and that purpose to say this is what we do, and being visible. So for everyone, it's the same type of mindset that everyone needs to do. So we'll keep ourselves accountable, and that's one of the reasons why we could even offer our services free, because we understand there's a need, there's a problem, we have a solution, so we're going to provide it, regardless if you get paid in some departments or for some services or not. We can solve it. Not all the time you're going to do something, but when you know that there's a real opportunity to change lives, you want to go out there and keep yourself accountable and just bless people. Give more than you take. And there's a thing in marketing term called reciprocity. And what happens is that when you give people, what will happen is that they always feel like they want to give you something back as well. So just understand that, but also bearing in mind that you're running a business. You're not just giving things away free. So you can always refer and have commission and have some type of partnership, as you all saw live online that just happened with us, right? So have that in mind with being accountable to your purpose and the visions and everything that you are actually going forward with.
And also with accountability, it's a great motivator as well. It's so important to find accountability partners as well. People that won't allow you off lightly. You say, oh, I'm going to do this at the end of the week. And then by the end of the week, oh, you know what, I was tired, I really didn't have. And all you've got is excuses. You know, when you have accountability partners, the reason you're doing it is because you want to make progress, you want to make results. If something's not working, you can talk about it with your accountability partner and say, okay, this is the action that I'm about to take to check to see if this will move the dial. So it's really, that's the importance of accountability for me. And I have several accountability partners. Troy is one of them, but I also have different accountability partners for different aspects of the business, as well as even my personal life in terms of maybe like productivity. So it's a real driver for productivity as well, because when you know that you've said to somebody you're going to do something, you're going to find the time and make sure you do it, even if it's the hour before you've agreed to meet them. You're going to make sure you get it done. So yeah, it's a great motivator in ensuring that things get done.
Do what you say you're going to do. Integrity.
When you said you're going to do it, yeah.
That's it. That's the bottom line.
And we know we're running over time, so we're going to jump on to mentors. And if you want to ask questions after that, you are more than welcome for those that can continue to stay on.
Yes. So just to kind of finish up on mentors. So the most important things is here is I'm going to ask a question. And maybe you can put in the chat or you can come off mute and say, what mentors and coach, what is everyone understanding of a mentor and a coach? Can you give a definition of each, please?
Well, I think
Anyone?
it's somebody credible and qualified to give you knowledge in the particular area that you seek. That's what a mentor is to me.
Okay, what about the coach?
The coach is really there to, it's point number 2, to be an accountability partner, to really push you along to ensure that you achieve the thing that you set out to do.
Okay, great. Anyone else?
Yes, for me, I do think that mentor is that person that I would like to look up to and emulate. And for a coach is that person that have the key tenets to actually give me the step-by-step intelligence that I need to get where I would love to be.
Amazing. Anyone else? Okay. All right. So just to kind of break this down quickly for everyone to kind of get their minds and understand, this is one of the main things that I want everyone to leave. Even if you don't leave with anything today, I want you to leave with this nugget. Understanding the difference between coach and mentors, right? Right? And we'll ask the questions afterwards, right? So let me just finish on this point. Coach and mentors are two separate things in the way that I see them. And the reason for that is a coach knows the know-how to get something, right? And a mentor is exactly a person that has the experience, the know-how to do the thing to do and actually tell you what to do. So I'm going to give an example from from my own personal journey. For example, when I partnered up with Althea, before I partnered up with Althea, I was actually a trainee under her because she was actually coaching me in terms of with my business, all of the stuff that was going on with my business and how I needed to focus on certain things, avatars and everything else. So there's certain things I learned from her also. But then as we're going through, we start realizing, okay, we understand what I need to do and how I needed to position myself going forward. Now, that's her as a coach. With my industry, she had no actual experience within my industry, but she had techniques that could help me with productivity and so on and so forth, and mindset, right? How to shift my mind, which is the most important part, right? Now, as a mentor now, this is like, I look at me as an example. If I'm now, for example, a coach now, doing the same thing as she is doing now. So now she would be my mentor because she's walked this path before me. So everything that I'm doing here now with y'all, she was doing this before me. So now I am now a mentee of her that I got myself to this level now, learning how to actually coach and how to go about things. But now, say for example, with all of your businesses now, the mentors that you're looking for is people that done the same thing that you've done. They either sold their business or they're already in their business. And these are people that have the on-ground experience. If you're trying to do painting and decorating, if you're doing farming, you're looking at somebody that has the experience with being a farmer for all these years. So they can show you the pitfalls, the to-dos and the not to-dos. That's a mentor. And sometimes they can be retired. So those are those individuals. Now, where to find them, we will go into those questions in a little while. But also, coaches are people that are trained to help you to clarify all of the things that's going on in your mind for you to know what are the steps you need to take to get to your goals, right? So hopefully that makes sense. Do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think I just want to just reiterate with a coach as well. As we said at the beginning, you already have the resources, you have everything you need to do everything that you need to do or everything that you need to be. And so what a coach does is it's almost like they enable you to recognize that. You already know the answer, so it's just holding you accountable and agreeing which action steps you want to take in order to meet that goal. And I think that's kind of like the key thing. But I'd also say with a mentor as well. So there's mentors that you pay for, and then there's mentors that are free. And the free mentors are still people that are, very successful in what they're doing, and they just want to give back. You can find them on depending on the industry you're in. You can find them online. You can find them on LinkedIn. They head up communities. Or you can, you might find them in a directory. You can just reach out. They're the CEO of a corporation or of an industry you want to get into. You just reach out to them But what is key is that you don't waste a mentor's time. So a mentor is somebody who is investing their time into you, and you're investing your time, sometimes money, into them. But you need to always go, I always say, go with an objective. You know, what is your agenda? Every time you meet them, have an agenda. This is what I want to take away today. It's not, oh, we're having like a casual chat. I haven't come for a chat. I can do that with my friends. I can do that with my work colleagues. I can do that with other peers in my profession. You've come and you need to learn something new. You might have a problem that you're facing that you want me to walk you through it. So it's very important that you show that your mentor the value in mentoring you. So come with an agenda. You're showing them that you're prepared, but to come back and say, okay, this is what you told me to implement, and this is what I've done so far. So they can also see it's a valuable use of their time.
Definitely. And what I would just like to end on here is, even for a pastor that's online with us now, he's also, in many cases, could fall in both categories. But as a pastor, he will be a mentor because he's lived the same life that we all are living, and he's gone through certain stuff. So he's relatable, and he has experiences that God is using wisdom to showcase all of his abilities so that he can actually help individuals in times of need. So that is a very good position to kind of understand, a good example for everyone to understand how to think about mentors, people that's done it or people are doing it, and then they themselves can keep you accountable. Because if you think about it, everyone that's even under pastor's banner, they are also accountable. They have to be accountable to their pastor, right? And also it's a network of people that he's managing, he's overseeing, right? So it's for everyone to understand the difference between that. Someone outside or anyone can actually tell you things, and they can come across as a coach telling you what you need to do. And sometimes even on our family members, you have individuals that telling you how you need to live your life, or how you need to go about being a Christian, or how you need to do certain stuff. That's coaching, right? Because they have a way and a set way how they make things. But somebody that's there in close proximity with you is a mentor, because they've been down that path to help you get closer to God, for example. And in business, it's the same thing. So this is why when we started, we said most of our principles are coming from the Bible, because nothing is new under the sun. So I hope this was a very impactful session for everyone, and everyone kind of understand where we're going with purpose, partnership. And of course, we have the last one, which was present. And all I'm going to touch on the present part is...
We will leave that.
No, you have to give them it. You have to give them it.
Because it would go with the business plan. So when we come back and do the business plan, you can do the present part as well with it. So yeah, that's if you want us to come back. I mean, if you know, maybe you just had enough of us, you don't even want to see us again. So let us know in the chat. We know you definitely want to see us again. You know? And also, I'm just gonna share this last slide, which I, again, just think is quite key, just in terms of your progress. Thank you, Janice. Thank you. Okay, so I'll get that one. Can't see the background. Can you? No, it's not. No. I'm glad you came as well, Danielle. Thank you. Okay, right. I don't know why this isn't changing. Oh, here we go. Okay, so hopefully some of you may have heard this saying, if you fail to plan, then you plan to fail. It's a saying that my daughter is sick of, because the whole time she was at school and then went to university, I kept saying the same thing over and over again. And although she used to keep saying, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail, she certainly incorporated it. Because there is one of the things, again, we mentioned about the 9 to 5, having that fear of stepping out of the 9 to 5. and not knowing when the right time is, the fear of even starting your business, not wanting to do that, the fear your business has plateaued, not knowing how to start again. It all starts with a plan. Honestly, if you fail to plan, you are setting yourself up to fail. So it is so key that you have a plan in place. Now, people always talk about 3-year goals, 5-year goals, and whilst those are important, there's so many things that are changing rapidly in this world that we don't even know what 5 years is going to look like. But it's good to have like an end goal. We focus on like the 3-year goal, but then we'll also look at a 12-month, but we work in 90-day increments, so quarterly increments. What are we doing in this 90 days to reach that 1-year goal? When we've hit that 1 year, what does that look like in comparison to our 3-year goal? And then we break it down even further. So if it's a 90-day goal, what are we doing this month? We've just started February. What are we doing this month to make sure we hit our 90-day goals? What are we doing this week that's going to ensure that we hit this month's goal to reach our 90-day goal? So again, it's about having a plan and a structure in place. And the reason that I've shown this room in the background is because this room the person did not, I'm sure you will agree, that whoever's room this is, they did not, and it is a stock picture, it's not any of our rooms, so you know. The person whose room this is didn't go to bed and their room was absolutely spotless, everything in place, and then they woke up and then they saw their room looking like this. That was not the case. Would you agree with that? If you agree with that, just put a 2 in the chat. And the reality is, what happens is this person, they probably came in, they took up an item of clothing and they dropped it on the floor and they said, oh, they were too tired. I said, I'll sort that out the next day. The next day came, they were running late, they left it there, couldn't find their keys. They started digging up and opening drawers, throwing things all over the place, looking in places that their keys would never be, and making even more of a mess. And so the pattern just kept going until the point where they just got too overwhelmed and they came into the room and just didn't even know where to start. What am I going to put away first? Where am I going to start? And the fact is, if you had a plan, even if sometimes you go off course, you know where to come back to. And that's the point of having a plan, having a roadmap. Just like if you're using a GPS, a navigation, and you go off course, it says rerouting or new route found or quicker way to do it. And sometimes along the way, you will have to pivot. Sometimes the route you was going to take might take you a little bit longer, but at least you had a plan to know that, okay, I'm going to change A, B, and maybe F and P, and then I'm going to continue on the journey. I know the parts that need to be moved. So it's important to have a plan. So I can't stress that enough. And when you have a plan, you feel so much more confident in where you're heading. You feel so much confident because even if you feel that you need to upskill in a particular area, you'll know where that focus is. And one thing I want to say about upskilling, please do not be those people that take course after course, join community after community, go on conferences after conferences, and don't implement. It is a form of procrastination and it is wasting your time. You need to stop doing that and you need to start implementing. So a small, I'd say 1% forward and progress is better than no progress at all. You want to just add anything on there, Walla?
All I would like to say and add here for everyone is just a stats. Above 90% of people that consume information or take courses or programs, they don't actually implement anything. So I would like to see the less than 10% of people that is actually here to implement, be a part of that 10%. Mm-hmm. At least that 10% of people that implements. Don't just, even if you take one thing away and go and implement it straight away, and then come back every so often and watch back the video and take another thing and implement it, that is better than actually just consuming it and letting it stay there. And this is one of the reasons why we was talking about our other ecosystem, which is why we understand the problems, as we was teaching you. Understand the problems of the marketplace, create a solution for that problem. So we understand the marketplace worldwide, globally, most people don't actually execute. So if we're coming and we're telling you as coaches and mentors to do something, then guess what we did? We create a team behind us that can actually help individuals to get to where they need to get to. And that's where we have an implementation team. You're not really gonna have much coaches or find much coaches that has implementation team. What they're gonna do is just come and coach you and that's it. But just for you to understand, like, we teach what we preach, and we literally believe this and we do it on a consistent basis. This is what we live.
Okay, and then lastly, I'm glad that you are seeing the value, because we're going to answer you for two things now. One is just some feedback on the screen, which, oh, hold on, let me go to the next slide. On the screen, you'll see 2 QR codes. So if you could, the one on the left, let me move this box. The one on the left is for you to give your feedback. It will just go straight through to a Google Docs form, a Google form, sorry. And then the one on the right, we've set up a community just for you all, just so you can ask questions, and we might post some little tips in there. We've only literally just set it up. So it's just a place for you to actually be able to come ask questions, relay any fears, etc. So we can just, one, hold you accountable, and also just support you as a light touch through your journey. So if you could scan that, that would be amazing. And I'm just going to see, I think I might even have a link if it's easier for some people. There's, again, in terms of the what we do, in terms of the Roots Pod, we have the Instagram page here, and we're also on LinkedIn as well. These are the different businesses that we have at the top of the page that you'll see. The Roots Pod Academy, the Shekinah Roots, is very much focused on team building, with a focus on supporting young people with that transition going into the corporate world as well. So we have a real holistic approach in making sure they don't lose their identity and who they are as they go through that world. The SIQ 360, that is for Troy's SaaS marketing agency. The Your Tap is the mobile auto services. Althea Rose, that side of the business that focuses, again, more on coaching and retreats as well. Okay. So, yeah, and then, so please do scan the left for your feedback. We really appreciate it, because it just shows us what you need, you know, and just in terms of, I mean, we have so much to give in terms of like content. So again, it could be like more question time. We could do like hot seats as well, in terms of bringing someone in their business. You can just volunteer to come forward, and we just spend 10 minutes literally just coaching you on how to make your business more successful as well.
How about we give a slot free to someone once they joined up?
All right.
Free session.
Oh yeah, we might. Yeah, actually, so someone on the community, should we choose them at random to do like a
1 hour session?
Oh wow! I'm telling you, people, that is very generous for Patrol. A whole 1 hour session, and that is equivalent to 2 hours, because you've got 2 of us. So yeah, that is
in the community, and then we will do the draw from there.
Yeah, we'll do a random draw with all the names that register, and choose someone to do a 1 hour session on your business idea or your business, on how you can take that forward. Eva, we've got your name raised, your hand raised.
Be asking if you could put links to the QR code into the
I'll do that for you.
Thank you much.
No problem. Oh, I just realized I'm on a different
So how that 1 hour session will go, guys, is that we will have a 2-on-1 session. Normally probably most people will have a 1-on-1 session, but you're gonna have 2-on-1 sessions. So we're gonna be coming at you with different strategies and just helping you structure your business so that you don't leave that call, you know exactly what you're doing and the steps that you need to take going forward. So pretty much you'll be having a personalized session with us.
How does that sound? And while those are on, while I'm just looking for this form, if you've got any questions, rather than put them in the comments because I can't see them because I'm on a different screen, please do just come off mute and ask it now. And we'll answer it while we're just finding these links for you. No questions? Wow. And again, please do give that feedback because it really helps us to help you. Okay, so this is the one for the feedback. There's a link for the feedback. And then I will give you the link for the group. So we don't, as I said, we don't share the slides, but you are more than welcome to always take screenshots. We also say the recording is actually on Gumroad as well. Oh, sorry, I'm talking the community. Sorry, it's also on YouTube as well. Bear with me. Yeah, so you can again just go over what we shared with you and look at the screens on there as well. You also have access to the workbook. I'll put that in there in a moment. Can you? I haven't got it on here from the other. I will for the community. I will send that to you because it's on the other laptop. Yeah, it's on the other laptop. That's right. So I will send that one to you. Is that all right, Pastor Jump? If I send the community, you can circulate it to everybody that registered with their email.
Certainly. And what I'm thinking, I'll just for the link and then see if I can copy that one and from the QR code as well.
Yeah, that'd be even better. Let me bring up the QR. Let me bring it up again. There you go. Oh.
So Shakara is posting them in the chat right now.
Oh,
She's doing the scans. Yeah, she scanned it. So we have one, and we're scanning the next one, and then let's copy it and place it on YouTube now.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Sure.
Amazing. Well, thank you. We appreciate that. Can I stop sharing the screen now?
Sure, we got both of them.
Okay, amazing. Okay, well, thank you so much. We really enjoyed the interaction and just really serving you today. We realise it's so important as well just to get that support and that information, and it really is about building ourselves as employers, because sooner or later that opportunity is going to get slimmer and slimmer for each and every one of us. So it's so important to be able to be that employer and to create those opportunities for others as well.
All right. All right. All right. All right. I am not sure about anybody else, but I can tell you that today's session was certainly something else. And I just want to thank you both. But I don't want to do it alone. So I'm going to give two other persons this opportunity before I invite the official person who's going to do the vote of thanks to come on. So if you have been here from morning, I know it has been a sacrifice, but I also know that you would have learned a lot. So if you have been here from morning and you want to jump in at this point, I'm giving two persons an opportunity. Open your mic. Tell me one thing that you're taking away. I know you can take away a lot. It has been a lot, but I just want one thing. Tell me one thing you're taking away from this meeting, one thing you're taking away from this presentation about our brand or business, and just tell Patroy and Althea, thank you. Just wanting two persons. Who wants to go first? Open your microphones. Say one thing that you've learned, one thing you're taking away, and you just want to give your part of the vote of thanks.
For me, I'm actually grateful to be here. I stuck with the program and I'm taking away from partnership. I should listen, not to sell, but rather to be and not to be in a competition. So, okay, I go to functions really to listen, not necessarily to sell or to be in a competition. And that is a great plus for me. Also, accountability. If you really want to make that progress, I am very much for it. Thank you so very much for your relevance in my life today, and God continue to bless your journey.
Thank you so much. You're welcome.
All right, thank you. One more person.
Well, for me, wow, there's so much that that we would have learned today. But for me, it's to open my eyes and look at the various opportunities and deliverables that I can give from my service. I jot down some stuff where you spoke about using AI to do the headshots and also what purposes that the headshots can do and all these things. So it has really opened my eye to reach my full potential of my service. And that was really good. And it was just an overall wonderful day, wonderful program, wonderful presenter. The fact that we still have 44 people here means that it was really captivating and good stuff. I just want to say thanks for the insight and looking forward to everybody networking and growing together. So, yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. That this time I am going to invite
one bit. I'm sure a lot of us is unstuck today.
Okay. So, awesome. So we would have gotten some much needed medicine from the doctors at this point, right? So at this point, I'm going to invite Petra K. McQueen, the person who has been tasked officially with doing the vote of thanks, to come on and go ahead with that.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of each individual on the platform, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to our esteemed presenters, Althea Blake and Patrick Gordon, for taking the time to share your knowledge, wisdom, and experience with us today at the My Brand, My Business Youth Business Boutique. Your presentation was both informative and inspiring. You reminded us that building a business begins with our ideas and personal brand, from identifying a niche to embracing our strengths and passions. You showed us that entrepreneurship is practical and achievable. Your mission to empower and equip young change makers truly shone through. You have inspired us to transform our passion for change into financially sustainable businesses, and for that, we are immensely grateful. What made this session even more special was the question and answer segment, the way you both engaged with us, answering our questions with care and offering real practical solutions was nothing short of magical. You connected with us in such an enthusiastic and inspiring way, showing that you truly understood the challenges and dreams we face as humans. Your interaction left us feeling heard, empowered, and ready to act. And beyond offering advice, you have ignited a sense of purpose and belief in what we as entrepreneurs can achieve. Your insights has encouraged us to take bold steps towards turning our dreams into reality, emphasizing the importance of being intentional, setting clear goals, and using resources wisely. And to everyone here, I believe we can all agree that this session has equipped us with practical tools and encouragement to move forward with confidence. As we look to the future, let us not only dream, but actively implement the strategies we have learned, because the foundation of our personal brands and businesses starts now. Once again, thank you, Althea and Patroy, for pouring into us from your wealth of experience and for showing us what is possible. Thank you, and may God continue to bless you both abundantly in your endeavors.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Richard K. That was amazing. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Petra. Well done, well said, well everything. This entire morning has been quite an experience. And I know that for those who may not have been following along with the workbooks, please do not use them as souvenirs, but as as they would say, an hour a day, whatever it is that you can dedicate to actually working on the foundation of your business, setting your goals, everything that will help a lot in execution. And again, we do have some handles and links in the chat. If you missed the opportunity the first time around, go ahead. We're all brothers and sisters. We're not competing against each other. We're here to build each other up. Partnerships, networking, whatever it is that you want to call it, that's what we're here to do. So again, thank you guys for sharing. Thank you for your medicine. Thank you for pouring into us. And thank you for those who would have joined us this morning. It's a Sunday morning. We understand the sacrifice. And I just want to say all the best in your business. Go with God. As your CEO and business development officer, you are in the right hand. So that's what I want to say. Allow God to be your CEO and business development officer. The clients, the sales, everything else will come after. Matthew 6:33. Thanks again, guys. Over to you, Pastor.
Thank you so much, Shakara. And thank you again, Patroy and Althea. Really appreciate you guys. And I also want to say thank you to all of you who are here with us this evening. The vote of thanks was well done. I won't go or venture in that regard. I just want to say wherever you're from, that God will definitely guide you as we go forward. I want to pray for you before we go. So just bow your heads with me. We're going to be preparing for our second business boutique. We're going to talk to them behind the scenes, and then we will advertise so that we can get the last session as we prepare for our future. But let's pray. Dear Father in heaven, we just want to say thank you so much for being a great and a wonderful God to us. Dear Lord, you're a big God, and you have big dreams and big plans for us. Indeed, you said in your word that you wish above all things that we prosper and be in health, even as our souls prosper. So essentially, you're saying that you don't just care about our physical welfare or spiritual welfare. You care about our financial welfare. You want us to prosper. You want us to grow. You want us to blossom. You want us to expand our territories, even as we remember so many persons in scripture who were blessed by you. Abraham, dear father, Isaac, and others. Indeed, you made them a great nation. And today, dear Father, as we may be separated by the seas and continents, dear Father. We are joined together in one mandate, and it is the love of Jesus which compels us to do better and to do great things for you. At this moment, dear Father, we just want to pause to thank you in a special way for Patroy and Althea. We thank you, dear God, for the fact that even though this is their bread and butter, as it were, they still took the time to come to us, to reason with us freely, and allow all of the persons who are joining us, whether it is that they're in Jamaica or across the diaspora, to recognize that there is hope, that they can achieve great things, that they can grow their business, that they can be the head and not the tail, and not just figuratively, but actually. We can do better and must be better because Jesus is in our ship. At this moment, dear God, we pray for them. We pray that their businesses will prosper, even as Seventh-day Adventists who are working for you. We are proud of them, dear God, and I pray that you will continue to bless them and bless all the business endeavors that they will go on, dear Father. May they reap great rewards. Dear Lord, I pray for each person here present. Those who came on earlier, there were some who messaged me and said, Pastor, you know, I have another meeting. I'm so sorry I couldn't stay. But they will follow up on YouTube. And there are so many things that are pulling them to and fro. But we want to ask you to bless them. We pray that you will bless those of us who stayed until the end. Indeed, the race is not for the swift, but for those who endure. And they have stayed because they have seen the value in this session. I pray, dear Lord, for each person here present, that you will bless them, dear Father. You will open your minds, you'll open your hearts, you will open doors, dear Father, even when persons don't want to give them opportunities. May you open doors where they seem to be just a big wall, because you are a God who specializes in destroying walls and destroying barriers. Indeed, if you could have taken down Jericho's wall for the children of Israel, then you can give us the victory. So we claim the victory, dear Father, in every business endeavor that meets your divine approval. Where there is need for money, we pray that you provide the money. Where there is need, dear God, for guidance, provide the guidance, and help us, dear Lord, to recognize that as ultimately, as true stewards, our ultimate responsibility isn't just for providing finances for our own selves, but in helping others and in giving to your cause, that our true meaning is found. Keep us steadfast, and when you shall come, may you find us faithful. In Jesus' precious name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Pastor. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Really
All right, everybody, take care, and remember that you can be victorious in Jesus.